All right. So,
尽くして物思いにふける癖のせいで時々皆さんにも寝てるのかとつっつかれてしまうんです。
we're finally getting the Babel event, which is something I've been waiting for since 5th anniversary. And like I said, I'm pretty hyped. So I'm just gonna read through this and hopefully find out some stuff we've been trying to figure out for a long time. Unfinished goodbye. A speck of blood red upon speckless white. Oh, I've been waiting for this for so long. And it took 5 years to get here. A boy cries in his dreams. To weather the blizzard, a girl wraps him within her cloak and wipes his tears away. Freezing, gusting, the air screams on. Softly, the Cyclops tells of an epic tale far, far away. Through the snowstorm seams, her voice comes. The myriad souls become harmony with it. The voice whimpers the drum of their beat. This dream is bitter cold. Within, the girl seizes a faint breath. She covers the boy's eyes and closes her own. Even now, even here, for them, the ballad from 1,000 years ago is still playing. Armies fell upon our home. Them I saw from afar. From valleys to hills, our lands they scarred. The king slaughtered, the myriad souls did lament. Yet one sovereign fell, 6 heroes rose. They blew the horn, led the fight, faced their foes. Alas, the wanderer city collapsed, to ruin swift as the fleeting peace elapsed. Oh, that rhymed. When all seemed lost, a black crown appeared. The twins brought hope where dread had reared. Oh, all of this rhymes. It's like a little poem or story. Spreads the rift, giving birth to betrayal. An assassin in the heart of tempest, them I saw from afar. A sword to slay the regent king, a spear to pierce the royal ring. Legend ends of justice cause, to righteous fate the mighty falls. That is how this episode ends. The Cyclops fades into the blizzard of the dreamscape, leaving the child behind her. The boy's own cries grow distant from his ears. He wakes. Summer 1094. Outskirts of an abandoned town, Casdell. That is how this episode ends, Ascalon. My story is over. That is what my people, the Cyclops bound for the north, saw as they gazed their last of Casdell. Was that a page from a long-lost history, a possible future yet to come, or a plain meaningless gibbering? None knew for the past millennium, until they came, and fate's rapids began to narrow into a surreal course. And now, the fate she saw has drawn before her eyes. I don't care. Whoa. Scar Eye. I'm surprised you even hear me out. Oh, he's a Cyclops? Bright red blood creeps along his mask, trickling down his chest. Ascalon's eyes narrow a hair. He's out of luck. You're about to die, so I'll give you one last token of respect. Those prophecies never did gnaw at you, and all the time we knew each other, no? That's why you will never understand how a greedy soul thirsts to control his fate. Choose better last words. I know how you hurried to convene with those Babel members, but it's not yet time for you to leave. Look, the catastrophe is near. Ah, funny. I'm curious how. Now. What was it you found within the storm? Step aside. No commission left unfinished. The rule I set myself back when I was at the Scar Market. Alive or... Damn. A dawn-like mist is wound about the Cyclops' neck as Ascalon vanishes behind him, leaving his body to dangle over the cliff's edge. You ever seen your own end then? I don't care for prophecies. We have that in common. Ha. But the fact is, none of us can outrun fate. Don't you want to struggle out of it? What makes you not? What can you not? How can you not? Never forget, you have your place in the prophecies too. Whimpering, storming. A plaintive chant rings in their ears, an elegy over the horizon from the convalescence of the banshees, stuck into the storm's eye. Ascalon gives an involuntary shudder. She is ice cold from head to toe. An indescribable pain rips from behind her ears down to the soles of her feet. This nameless elegy, this ill omen. Farewell, Casdil. A single sigh reaches Ascalon. Her hand tightens fast, until not even the faint sound will leave the Scar-Eye's throat again. And then she lets go. Ha, damned fate. In a blink, the tremendous figure of the Cyclops becomes no more than a speck below the overhang. The mist scatters to the storm. The shadow of a hood goes with it. All vanishes within the teardrops falling from the cliff. Gasps, rolls of thunder from catastrophe clouds, whistles as the sand is swept across the barrens. The sound of everything accumulates in silence. Londinium Victoria. There he is. Now, lift your heads, sarcasm of hers. If you would still see through the calling she bestowed you, here I stand. Come, step forth. You may avenge her. We've seen this model before, right? My name is stitched onto my clothes. Stitched by Her Highness Theresa's own hand. I can feel it faintly burning right this moment, and I know what that means. The mission she assigned us is over. We'll clash with you no more. The Sarkas do not draw on each other before the invader. We pledge our loyalty to you, Regent. So long as you still hold your zeal and earnestness for the Sarkas, we will trust you with our lives. Even though you nearly ruined all the plans we'd set up in Victoria, should the military commission put us to death, we will be willing to die. As long as it could bring a better end. And an end as she wished. A moment ago, you were the renegades in chief, all but ready to entomb our plans. How can I possibly believe? Manfred. As she wished, you said. Your name, Deathmonger. Julie. I will remember it. And I will hand you your final mission. Guards, assassins, mercenaries, survivors of the sea of bloodshed, one and all, you are to enter the mausoleum of kings. You are to render victorious Iron Heart as scrap. You are to ambush and wipe out every last Steam Knight. You let us take part in the Commission's core plan to enfeeble in Londonium. Manfred will take good care of you. There's no chance we leave that place alive, is there? So I assume this was a little bit before the events of the second arc. You're welcome to fight for it. Very well. What's keeping you here? I'm just taking it in. I'm looking at the one who fostered Ascalon. She never rid herself of you. I swore to follow Her Highness Theresa with no inkling that the tale of the mixed blood twins, rewriters of Caslo's history, would end this way. Let alone that this disposable life of mine had a place in it. Farewell, Your Highness Theresis. I take my hatred of you to the grave. Damn. Rhodes Island of Babel Castle. Oh. Keep going, Calcit. Never, since the day she was born, has this corridor felt so endlessly long to Calcit. Monster. What the hell is that? Nameless assassin. My dame, do not bury us. Kaz's soil cannot hold any more traitors. Finish him. I know that even left on your own, your step will never falter. Amiya, doctor. System unresponsive. This is... Monster. Cut the door down. Monster, meltdown. You believe loneliness is yours alone, that you have none of the same kind. Yet, for the day you woke again, we've walked shoulder to shoulder, haven't we? I assume Dr. Theresa's quotes. Immortal empires turn to dust. Elder scepters rent in two under ancient Sralian cries, pulses over the sky like a surge. The immutable rhythm of the stars, from resplendent glimmer to dual collapse, death, rebirth, the all-encompassing cycle. She's ever so familiar with it. Teresa. Yet still, one day I'll choose to slow down, to stop and place where I am. When I do, Calcit, don't grieve. Keep going. Calcit subconsciously searches her memories. Death, rebirth, the all-encompassing cycle. No, it's not the same this time. Not quite. For the first time, she must bid to the first who could ever converse with her as an equal, to your dearest friend, farewell. Teresa. Damn, what? We're starting off like this? What happened? So, Calcit, it's time to say goodbye. Is that the doctor? Amiya, doctor. But I always say one day our wandering is bound to end. One day the Sarkis' wandering is bound to end. Now your wandering too has reached its end point. I knew full well this possibility always existed. Why? I should have stayed behind, it's my... Because I believe in Rhodes Island. I believe in Babel. I believe in you. Calcit, I hope the roads can be a place you name home, an island you may always return to. I already did everything I could. I won't harbor complaint for my own end. Babel's mission is concluded, while you and this landship have only just set sail. I am not the same kind as you as Calcit. I cannot explain away your puzzlement. But I have always been your companion. Then, now, and after. I will always be with you all. Now. Well, damn, that's a heavy ass start. Great aspirations. I knew this day would come. Take my 3-star squad. $64 ago. Holy hell. Autumn 1030. It's gonna get worse. Oof, we'll see. You protect this tag around your neck with your life. You're my precious property, slave. You understand? You better be worth something. Oh. First time I see one of these guys unmasked. Stay here and don't move. You inspect the goods? The slave trader casts a glance at the silent slave behind the mercenary's back, then slightly shakes his head. Where'd you get it? Found him on my way here. Dying of thirst and about to become a mangler chow. Thought he could fetch a good price. I came from Casdale. I can find someone who... Doesn't matter to us where you're from, slave. Say your Higasha needs for all we care, as long as someone buys you out. I'm just checking if you got a tail. You never know where these mercs get their goods. I promise you he's clean. You better not be messing with me. Cash or barter. Ain't gonna live long enough for money to mean something. Give me some good weapons. You're the boss. He's second rate at best. That'll net you 2 blades, freshly cast. How about you take another look with your eyes open this time? You can dress him up as a first rate, but it won't change anything. If you don't like our offer, feel free to get lost. And put the machete of yours away. This is the scar market you're in. Can you throw in more? I was on the Fenian border before I got back. I've got first-hand intel about the whole war in the core. Well, here's something for nothing. Careful what you spew out of that mouth if you want to stay alive here. Mouthing around you have valuable first-hand intel. You want to guess where that'll get you? Leave the goods and scram. You're holding up the line. Not happy? Drown your sorrows in the bar. Our boss, Scar Eye, brews one heck of a drink. Doesn't matter if you can't pay your tab. They'll take your weapons as collateral, merc. One more thing. Where do you run your bounty board? I'm here to strike it rich. The bar folk will be happy to inform you. The merc stares around this floating hub, hidden away in the giant subterranean hollow beneath Casdale. Amidst the moans of the slaves, the faint yet constant rumble of lava and bursts of originium dust can be heard rising from beneath the market. Eyeing the rugged path behind him, the mercenary recalls the pearls he faced to reach here from the surface and shudders. Just how many people are there in that goddamn chasm. Enough to break your fall if you jump. Welcome to the Scar Market, Greenhorn. You'll love it here. What's the deal over there? Why the crowd? Probably another big name just rolled back into town. Aren't you here to strike it rich? Go on then. I'd rather keep my horns out of all that mess. The murk vaguely makes out a pale white figure fading through the chaotic gloom of the street. White clothes? You don't see that every day in Kazdo. Oh. You're injured. Tell me something I don't know. You're... The last time I was here, it was someone else handling transactions. Yes, you're referring to my grandfather. He never stopped bragging about how he'd fought you and lived. I'm surprised you remembered him. In the good sense, though, that means he wasn't lying all this time. It must have been 60 years ago by now. General Theresis. Already. How sad that nothing here has changed at all. I imagine with Her Highness here too, there'll be no more violence this time, eh? Even if things get bloody, eventually you'll leave. But we'll always be here, General. We'll always have business, so long as Casdale's unrest never rests. Even now, I remember one thing my grandpa mentioned in his boast. He said to you, it's the land of Casdale that needs us. Theresis looks at the slaves, their heads down in their cages. He draws his sword. War and turmoil have necessitated this trade for over a century, this Scar Market. General, provided you can reach the surface alive, take a fresh look at Casdale. Much of what you know will soon change. All Sarkas will be part of this change. All? Us too? Yes, I'm not inclined to explain our visions to the likes of you. But I will stay here a little while longer and wait for her return. Until then, I welcome you mercenaries to challenge me, just as 60 years ago. I will take you to Casdale, willingly or otherwise. His voice isn't loud, but every Sarkis present hangs onto his every word. The mixed blood Sarkas stands alone. No retinue, no army. Armed only with an ordinary looking longsword, casually held in the hand that wields it. His steely gaze pierces through the dim of the street, settling calmly in the direction of the only person he cares for. Theresa, you can dismiss the mercenaries in ambush. No doubt they're your most trusted men. This is out of my respect for the King of Sarkas. None aside from the General can claim to know your true motives, after all. Your Highness, do you truly believe this can change the fate of the Sarkas? That you're not just another ill-fated hero caught in the cycle of hope and failure? Once the dust has all settled, your answers will come naturally. They actually updated her NPC. It's a lot less blurry now. Following that Pyrrhic victory, we built from zero a moving city, the great nomad of Sarkas soil for over a century now. We can evade catastrophes and foreign armies. Our development has finally reached a point of basic self-sufficiency, but it's so far from enough. The storm has long been brewing on the horizon, but we were too oblivious, like a birdie beast too slow to react, too old to move. Your Highness must be referring to that war between Lithenian and Gaul. Surely you too are aware of the magnitude of that war. Corsica I even secretly hired our royal court casters as his consultants, but despite a period of seclusion, Lithenian's Witch King thwarted Gaul's defenses with his opening move. And now, your sisters of Victoria have also declared war on Gaul. These present empires display a might so far removed from the enemy 130 years ago, against which we stalked all Casdo just to barely prevail. That was already a victory in name only. If Casdo must now be thrust into the same situation, how could it possibly end? It is for this end that you wish to establish the military commission of Casdale. Yet, the old aristocrats of the royal court grow resentful, refusing to relinquish their sumptuous city lives and viewing this as an attempt to challenge their privileges. A century of peace is enough for certain memories to slip their minds. So, what made you deign to come here in person? Do you see the Scar Market as the royal court for the bottom feeders, where the likes of us escape by and make merry? My only hope is for more Sarkas to join us and resist the voices that refuse to embrace change. Resist? Perhaps your highness meant terrorize and purge. What I want is a reform, not a slaughter. So what's the reward? The Scar Market's not a real royal court. What we have with the mercenaries is partnership, not fealty. Without compensation, no one will work for us. Reward? Are the spoils of war not enough? Are the riches, power, or food that should have gone to the hungry people not enough to sate your appetite? You claim to provide shelter and livelihood for countless Sarkas warriors with your rhetoric of justice. Yet, I could almost hear their bones crunch as you squeeze them dry for profit. Sorry, but in this business, we eat people whole and chew on their bones. Scar-Eye, you too are Sarkas. You too are part of Casdale. While Theresa cannot see what expression lies behind Scar-Eye's mask, his emotions are clear as day before a pitch-black crown. No commoner in Casdale will ever dare defy the royal court. But in his emotions, all Theresa sees is fervor and bloodthirst. You won't refuse. Ha! Why would I? Do you think I'm scared they'll take revenge on me? The royal court's no mystery to me. Your Highness knows that plenty well. And let me say, you've promised me, no doubt, the best reward I could ask for. We thrive on chaos, and I can see the level of chaos you will bring upon Casdale. Oh yeah, because the Cyclops thing? The fact that you've kept the name Scar tells me that your ideas haven't changed. Like you said, the nations of Terra have grown tremendously in power over the past century. We could throw more revenants into the soul furnace and stroke its flames, but it'll not close that gap. So why force the people who aren't really of the same race to band together, call themselves the Sarkas, and build a giant target called Casdale? The war between the four superpowers have proven that other Terra nations can accept our existence as mercenaries, and that's where Scar Market comes in. And your Highness surely knows that we've become a community, a town, because many of us could never fit into the elitist, bloodline-obsessed royal court. In all these years, I may have helped just as many Sarkas find a new way of life as the 6 heroes, if not even more. And I'm not the least bit ashamed to say it, Your Highness, King of Sarkas. Sarissa doesn't reply. All she offers is a faint smile at the Cyclops. It suddenly occurs to Scar-Eye that this King of Sarkas belongs to no royal court and represents no bloodline. Her sole aim is to persuade the Sarkas who are unwilling to believe that Casdale can be built, some of whom have even committed crimes for this cause, to believe once more. But is she enough to break free from the cycle of tragic failures, from the ending he foresaw? Come to think of it, there's one thing I don't get, Your Highness. I might have agreed to help you, but why didn't you and General Theresa simply burn this place to the ground before the day's end? I would have little chance of winning if you decided to do so, just like you did 60 years ago. A minute ago, you described Casdale as nothing but a target that you want another way for the Sarkas to live, one that would have them depend on other nations. Yes. So tell me, in your prophetic visions, have you seen Casdale's destruction? Have you seen my death, Theresa's death, and the destruction of all that you stand against? And what about yourself? How do you behold your death? A slow and agonizing death by Eurypathy? Slain in battle and on foreign soil? Or drowned in a sea of plots and conspiracies? Have you ever left this place and seen Casdale as it is now? Have you ever truly seen the future? Is this your way of asking for a prophecy? I don't give handouts, but for your highness, I'll consider a discount. Such nerve. No wonder you were able to claw your way out of this bleakness and rebuild this mercenary's paradise. But I'll pass on the prophecy. Prophecies and fate have no value. It's getting late. I look forward to your return to Casdale. So we see Ascalon fighting him in the future, so I wonder what happens. He watches her go. He was alongside only when her footsteps fall from earshot. Son of a bitch. Foresight, prophecies, his own death. He bought his coffin this very morning. Oh. Tally up the losses. Boss, the slaves, set them free. They're bound to get tangled up in the scar market after the war begins anyways. At most, we lose out on pocket change. Did anyone take on General Theresis and survive? Yes, I've noted them all down. Take them to supplies for a little reward. They've got real balls. When you're done, take them to the bar entrance and kill them all in front of everyone. Send their heads to General Theresis as an apology. Got it. Send the rewards to whatever family and friends they have as bereavement. Bereavement? Tell every merc looking to make a living in the scar market. I don't want to see anyone trying funny shit on my turf. Oh, damn. He heads alone to the bar, the tags on his cloak jangling in his steps. He stands prominently in the crowd, watching as the blades take the light from the mercenary's eyes. Still, no one fights back. Utter disappointment. Drinks are on the house tonight, both to celebrate the two highnesses sparing your lives, and to celebrate the huge gig you've all just landed. Your objective is in Casdale. Get your shit ready. Soon, you're all gonna be in the city. Secret entrance of Scar Market, Casdale. You've been quiet for some time now, Theresa. Are you hesitating? No, I have confidence in you. A reshuffle of the War Council is inevitable. It's just, I've been thinking about the city's future. War won't stop itself at Gaul, or pace has fallen too far behind. Corsica commands an indomitable fleet of dreadnoughts and guard battalions. The mad King Lithuanian has more than his arts in his arsenal to affect Gaul's failure. The industrial might of both Xerxes and Victoria in the throes of a large-scale war has far surpassed our imaginations. Many seem to know war like the back of their hands simply by living long enough through it. If our concept of war still lingers on the great battle from a century ago, then we would have drastically underestimated how quickly wars can nourish empires and fuel dictatorships. This is exactly why we need the military commission. It's more than that, Theresis. I know. When the day comes, when the Sarkists wish to live on, if a bitter creaking city is all they have to call their own, it will be far from enough. Do you remember the idea I proposed back when Calcit was designing the city's blueprint with us? Babel. To transcend the borders of race and nation, to echo far and wide in our ideals, in our epics, founded by a Sarkas. We will prepare Casdale for the coming crisis. Strive to eradicate the poverty and disease that have plagued them for millennia, and send a message to all of Terra. There will come a future when all stand as one. The Sarkas too are part of Terra's destiny. This is not the first Theresis has heard of her idea. Apart from the dame who left after helping build the nomadic city of Casdale many years ago, he alone knows the true belief of the current king of Sarkas. Casdale won't accept this Babel. You and I both know that well. It's but a dream of attempted to subvert reality. Yes, for now at least, we can't be talking of such grand ideals while even our own affairs are slipping away from us. It's my hope this Babel can become a part of Casdale, Theresis. Are you prepared then? As I said before, it's not just the other nations that will oppose you. Casdale and the Sarkas, clinging to their hatred, will also stand against you. It is cruel to force them to forgive and forget. The persecution of the Sarkas is not history. The ancient hatred is what drives many to survive until this day. I am the king of Sarkas. The responsibility is all mine to bear. I must show them a way out of this. I see. Then go, do what you will. Theresa, I still not approve of your vision, but I do support your decision. And the future military commission will too. If your gaze is set too far to see what lies before you, then I shall sweep away all that obstructs you at the moment, just as always. I know. Come, let's go home. Kansas still needs us for what's about to happen. Oh yes, Scar mentioned the prophecy again as I was leaving. The signs of a pessimistic fate. And your reaction? I don't care. Agreed. Kasdil, a strange yet familiar name. Many from this great land see it as the pit from which devils crawl. A terrible place to be avoided at all costs. While to the Sarkas, the name only evokes equally conflicted emotions. Whoa, was that Kasdil? Despite generations of Sarkas passing on that Kasdil to Sarkas' homeland, an outsider might wonder if they mean the city or the entirety of those lands. Perhaps only they themselves know. It never struck me on the way out just how high this wall is. Oh well, at least I can go home alive now. That means I'm pretty lucky. The man in the Scar Market. That was General Theresis, the first of the city's founders, the hero of that legendary campaign. If I had the courage to ask him to take me in, maybe I could have just... I'm dreaming again. He sits atop the high wall, experiencing it for the first time a new lease on life. Few of Kasdil's civilian Sarkas, save for those children who haven't yet caught in onto the fear of death, ever climb onto the city wall. If the tremendous pipes and tubes piled high can even be called a wall. The intricately tangled forest of Virginium spikes can take the lives of anyone who loses their footing, but it also serves as a haven for pilferers and mercenaries to stash their goods. Smugglers and vagrants to cross through the dark underground, peeking out from the tunnels and drains and mines and factories, scuttling from one corner of the city to another. The life the slave once knew. The general gave me a fresh start, so what should I do from now on? He gazes at the furnace, burning and smoldering far away, teeming with indiscernible workers as they carry originium, steel, dirt, and stones into its hearth. To Kasdil, the nomad, its flames bring motion, while the molten metal that flows out adds new appendage to the city. For a whole century, it's belched its incessant black smoke. None knew whether it's ash or originium dust. Some say it's a bitter anger and anguish as the revenants exhale their last breaths. Witchcraft altars hang high in the sky, intermittently flashing their blinding rays. The slaves has heard many different versions of the urban legend. The most frightening versions claim that the royal court's casters work day and night on the altars, watching everything and listening to every conversation in the city. Maybe I could try my luck at the factories too. It doesn't matter what else, I've made it back alive. It's been months since I left. I don't know how many of my friends are still alive. The nomadic city of Kasdil. Kasdil. What happened here? Why are all the doors open and the furniture all smashed? Pull Top, you're back. It's you. What are you doing here? Where'd you get that ornament? Something big is happening. Royal court nobles are being dragged out of their houses and killed by mercenaries appearing from nowhere, while the city guards do nothing. A lot of us have been sneaking into the empty houses, and boy, have we dredged up some good stuff. How are you still alive though? Word got out you wanted to leave the city and find your own way, and after so long, we all assumed you died out there. Heh, you won't believe my luck. First I was left to die without food or water. Then I was taken to the Scar Market, but guess what? General Theresis saved my life, the general himself. Then on the way home, I ran into this guy with a halo over his head, calling himself a messenger, and he brought me all the way back to the city wall. Sancta. So, I've decided to change my name to Good Luck starting today. You guys can forget the lousy old name of mine. A guy with a halo, a sancta, and then the general. You sure learn how to lie. Good luck. Believe me or don't, but either way, today's a fresh new start for me. I'm gonna be a miner. I looted in Nash's house earlier and found some hot air balloons. Wanna launch me on one and put that luck of yours to good use? I'm in. Well, that was fast. Man, it feels good to be home. Good Luck glances around at the people swarming the street. This is the life he knows. If he wants to survive, the city will always offer him a way. Thank you, Fate, and thank you, General. Alright, alright.
Team, check your gear before
Whoa, they're
departing.
fast. Fast mover capable of evading physical attacks. Stabilizer change.
Leave it to us.
了解です。
治療の準備。Thrust.
命令があれば経験だけに頼るものじゃないんです。
そうだ。Thrust. ゲームオー
喧嘩しないでよ。
バー。追跡開始。
このハルバードの鋭さはだけじゃありませんよ。何でしょうか。
Okay.
早く。亡霊だってお前を救えないし。しっかりしろ。
Come on.
いい子にして動かないで。
Easy game. Autumn 1031. So, a year later. The nomadic city of Kazdel. Hey, let me through already. Hey, no shoving. You want a good spot? I'll trade you mine for some high purity originum out of the mines. Don't just grab the leaflet out of my hands. Yuck. That blood all over you stinks. Can't help it when you're breaking into dead people's houses. Lingones? That's how you read that word, right? Where's Lingones? Gal. Oh. Where's Gal? How the... Should I know where Gal is? Hey, what's with the attitude? Shh. Your Highness and the Royal Court big shots are discussing something in the chamber. I heard it's about reorganizing the city. Haven't you noticed all the extra guards on the street recently? So quiet down a bit. Weather's been real stuffy today. It is decided. The military commission will replace the war council in assisting the king of Sarkath, Theresa, in decision-making related to Castle's military and political affairs. The military commission will be the sole administration of Kasdel, and none will have the authority to issue commands to the Sarkaz in the royal court's name. All present have already received the details of this resolution. To the royal court leaders who still wish to cling onto the war council, know that the military commission of Kasdel will become the final bastion of the Sarkaz, our eternal fortress, and the usher of a new order. Are there any further questions? Oh hey, it's Logos' mom. Your Highness appears more haggard than you did yesterday. I want her playable so bad. Please, look after your health. No military commission is worth it. If it comes at the cost of your Highness's health. Oh, is that her name? Lacarameline? Thank you. I know how hard you have worked for this day. And I also know how Kazda today views the banshees of the Convalis. But before I state our position, I encountered a lost envoy of the Liches on my journey here. He entrusted me with a letter for your highnesses. That he couldn't even find the road here. Let this be a proof of the immense changes Kazda has undergone. A letter from Lithuanian. If things are going as expected, your highness's messengers will still not have received any news from the Cyclops. Rather than waiting for the response from deep in the blizzard, should we not hear from how the Liches of Lithuanian answer? They're right, it has been a very long time since the Sarkas were able to truly unite. Oh? The ornate calligraphy upon the letter turns into silken threads that floats above the paper and weaves it to the shape of a familiar figure. Fremont, a Lich who has long recited Lithuanian. It appears that he is now the first scribe for the Liches. It seems that the arts practiced by the Liches of Lithuanian have seen some stylistic changes. Oh, he appears rather excited. Why is there only image, but no sound? Well, the Lich envoy did suggest to me that he was rather vexed with refining his master's words, but never did I imagine that he would simply erase all the sound. In short, Fremont apologizes on behalf of the Liches. They are enthralled as ever by their quest for knowledge, and are therefore unable to afford the distraction of making the long journey here. But if Kazda were ever in need of their knowledge, they would happily throw wide their gates to their temple for the people that they have chosen. I am sure that with your abilities, your highness can understand Fremont's attitude on the matter from his image alone. To me, it appears as though he is sensitive to drastic change, as has always been his wont. Ah, yes, there's another letter from Fremont, one addressed directly to the general. Might I remind you, La Carameline, actually that's a hard name, that you are nobody's messenger. You have not yet expressed where the Banshee court stands. I assume that we had reached an understanding in the course of our reminiscings yesterday. The Banshees will not participate. We are still recovering from the wounds inflicted by the past war. Perhaps other Sarkas will castigate us for this, but all present should know that since that war, the elegies have yet to cease in our valley. We have suffered grievous losses. If Kazda calls on the aid of the Banshees once more, then I will give the same promise as Fremont. The Banshees will be there. But until that day, you will find us willing, but unable. Naturally, I myself will render what little assistance I am able to give from this day onwards. That's more than we could ask for. Thank you, La Carameline. You are welcome, Your Highness. You know where I stand. For the past 100 years, I have always stood by the decisions you have made. I can only hope that your brother does not blame us for watching from the sidelines. I don't know. Next, Lord Nasalem, the National King. You were once the leader of the War Council and the mentor of Theresa's and I. Oh, really? What is your opinion on these many proposals? Where did the other council members that you represent stand on the matter? Have you discussed them with the Damacy cluster? They have long since taken root in Kazdel, under many different names and faces. We have had many conversations over the years, and they have no objections. Then I have no objections of my own. Your Highness need not worry about the bureaucratic hurdles, policy imperfections, or enforcement mechanisms. Where I stand is also where the other members of the council stand. We all know what we truly long for. A turnabout, a change, a banner. Go, do as you will. We will, National King. I promise you that. I trust that the stagnant and dueled war can take on a new form in your hands. I notice you have not said a word this entire meeting. Sanguinarch of the Vampires. To take the World Council and a century of history behind it, and sweep it under the gutter alongside the exalted heroic age and with little trumps within. Is that the general's decision? It is our decision. Speak your mind, Ducario. Ducario lowers his gaze. Cerissa's white skirt is mottled with many a blackened bloodstain. The Sanguinarch is highly attuned to such matters. He senses the blood of the lowly, the foul stench of fallen descendants, and the murky taint of royal court members who willingly debase themselves. I thank your highness for purifying the filthy blood that I so abhor in my stead. But never have I needed to hide my request beyond honeyed words, such as it has been for every king of the past, and so it will be for you. The military commission is merely an attempt to hide Sarkat's witchcraft and blood behind a more modern, more efficient name. Truth be told, I feel like this is insignificant. More than insignificant, it is simply not necessary. You reject the proposal? On behalf of the vampire court? Ducario glances at Theresis, but Theresis remains indifferent to him. Time has left almost no trace on the mixed blood Sarkas. Time. He stands steadfast by Theresis' side, the same nameless warrior who stood by the seamstress a century ago. His eyes never fall on the vampire. Not a rejection, no. I am merely expressing some minor frustrations about this meeting. We're learning all their names, huh? Oh. You are great and powerful, all of you are. How long has it been since so many members of the royal court have gathered here in Kasdel? Not to mention that it was you who defeated that foolish coalition in the prior age and wrestled the future into your own hands before personally establishing the war council. And now you wish to personally change this council? Why? Look about you at the other dignitaries in this chamber. You have long reached a consensus. The only obstacle to your military commission is myself and the vampires. You would foist some ridiculous title upon me before forcing all vampires to bow down to your commission. When did you learn this political trickery that those Victorians and Athenians so love? Why not just take my head here and now and slaughter the vampires within the city's walls? This meeting was not convened to persecute anyone. Was it not? It was convened to discuss how to bring Kasdel into a new age. A new age? Is that so-called age of the 6 heroes the songs love to praise? What I saw was blood-stirred and violence. Oh, in that so-called age, what I saw was blood-stirred and violence. I had thought that when I arrived at Kasdel, I would be greeted with the sound of Ulysses wailing. But what did I see instead? I saw the coalition routed. Witchcraft, enough to cover the land and fill the skies, crushed the enemy front. The power of the Sark has shook the earth. I felt amazement. I felt excitement. Spread by my passion, I took the head of the Lithanian envoy who had orchestrated the coalition and offered it to the war council. Salem. That war was the true beginning of a new age. I thought you would agree with me. Have you too succumbed to the schemes of politics and shut your ears to the echoes of the abyss? The abyss has no place for you, Ducario. Do not drag me into your tantrum. My apologies. But I am curious. What position do they offer the esteemed Sarkas Master of War in the military commission that he has rendered even you so short-sighted? All I await is the next war. And what war would that be? If it pleases you, your highness. Come, Ducario. I will show you. Theresa nods her head in silent approval. The king of Sarkas' emotions enveloped the entire chamber and all the members of the royal court. Through the king's eyes, they see ruination and grief. They see a century-old order that the Gaulish Empire so painstakingly maintained within the court. Oh, that passed. Commanding for Zodiac. They see Lingon as the capital of the world, doomed to never again appear on the map of Terra. Oh, this CG was sick. I remember when I first read this. Ooh, I got chills. The core region. Those present recall the campaign that reduced Casdale to dust. But it is not yet over. An even further future, an even further fantasy, an even further possibility. It is no longer a story to reflect upon. Rather, it is a speculation, a prediction, and a verdict. But none question it, for all possibilities must be treated equally, even for the one they see. And this ending is equally significant and indisputable as any other. It is a change, a turning point in history, a divergence of fate. A crucial war looms on the horizon. It will span from now into the distant future, impacting every Sarkas and all of Terra. All present has seen their positions in that war. Ooh, are they talking about the Victorian War? The roles that they wish to play. You should understand now, Vampire. You should understand what these visions mean. Damn, that's crazy. And this was like, what, 60, 70 years ago? Or perhaps you have begun to grow weak and feeble as the Elise in the short span of 100 years. You were once a warrior. I cannot deny that. But are you saying that a new and reborn Casdale requires the royal court to relinquish its former authority? Close, but not quite. The new Casdale will no longer require the royal court's former authority. It will be more modern, more efficient, Lucario. How can a Sarkis speak of unity while you continue to indulge in your noble bloodlines? Will it come from the rule of the royal court? You may still rule over your own court and maintain the power and prestige you hold among the Sarkas, but the vampire court must yield to the military commission. I promise you this, in Theresa's name. When the age that you witness comes, Casdale will no longer be a single dot upon the map. It will once more be than just a city. Oh, it was once more than just a city, and so it shall be more of one again. It seems I have spoken out of turn. Please continue, Your Highness Theresa. The aftermath of the ongoing conflict, enough to reshape current power dynamics, will engulf us all. It may come in 50 years, in 10, or perhaps even tomorrow. Casdale cannot escape it. The Demacia and I both saw the visions of the campaign that would destroy Lingonus. I don't know how you say that. High efficiency command systems made possible by Originium arts. High-speed battleships that can break through the front lines. Maneuver tactics that can mobilize entire legions. New advancements are applied to the battlefield as we speak. Their capacity for destruction is surpassing our innate instinct rooted in our bloodlines. What worries me more is the fact that we will still find fellow Sarkas among the countless casualties of war. Gaul employed royal court casters, and the Liches and Lithanian are killing each other in battle, while a certain Wendigo is spilling the blood of his fellow Sarkas to prove his loyalty to the Yursane Tsar, that's Patriot. As for the Sarkas mercenaries sent to the front lines as arts fodder, they won't even be counted in any nation's casualty statistics. The Sarkas massacre one another in wars we have no stake in, regarded as disposable goods to be abandoned without care by the leaders of those wars. For the sake of keeping pace with these changes, the Sarkas must once again gather around the furnace, and if necessary, the power to dominate the war must lie in our hands. Theresa looks at Theresa, waiting for her opinion, but Theresa does not speak, her eyes placid as before. We will plunder the other nations, and wrest their most profound secrets from them. We were once the proud T-Cas, forced to become the Sarkas and derided as devils. Because the Outlanders feared us, it is an ancient fear, rooted deep in their hearts. Let us remind them, let us show all of Terra our history and legend that have either forgotten or falsified. The Sarkats are not weak. We do not need others to save us from our fate. On the contrary, we would dictate the fate of Terra, dictate how this land should move forward. The details of our plan have been delivered to all present through the runic arts of the Banshees. Ducario, do you still hold out? No. Exceptional work, Theresis. Set aside a seat on the military commission for the Crimson Court. It appears our National Her King has not yet grown addled with age, but as to whether or not he could usher in such grand feasts, warriors need not die in the blaze of glory. That is a vulgarity only chased by those who seek fame. Oh, I nearly forgot you were still here, La Carameline. I have made myself abundantly clear from the start, Prince Ducario. I only need silently observe your enthusiastic attempt at self-expression. How pitiful it is to look upon such a shabby little court. I will cherish your elegies. Then this I promise you. When death comes for you, the Lord of the Banshees will sing you an elegy, delivered to you by the night wind. Ooh, we saw that happen. Chapter 13. Set aside your chatter for another time. It seems their highnesses still have matters to discuss. The other members of the War Council will wish to know their decisions. Ducario, La Carameline, and you, the Matsi, discuss outside the door with me. The National Her King nods his head towards Teresa. The other two members of the royal court do not bid the king farewell. They simply follow the National Her King out of the chamber. After the meeting's end, Teresa stays by Teresa's side, standing silently. He knows that she will be expecting an answer from him. You never mentioned that you would announce the plans for the war to the royal court. You did not refute me either. Would I have been able to refute anything? You are well aware of what I think. If you wanted to argue against any of it, you would have done so a few years ago. For now, I have them by the reins. But it's not just them. This entire city hungers for war. I will prevent matters from heading down the worst possible path, lest the prospects of Terra's continued existence become infinitesimally small. You must be quick about it. I will. What does Vermont's letter say? As Teresa opens the envelope, the writing vanishes before his eyes. Yet, the message has already etched itself indelibly into his mind. He has surmised what would transpire during that meeting, rather accurately. He has given his opinion on some matters, alongside a reminder. Do not place all your coming hopes in one basket. Oh, that's foreboding. You with that Babel? Pah! Don't count on the military commission to look after you all. We're here to help you. Help us. My parents died at the hands of you Lithinians. You got some nerve. What, not scared of me? We knew what to expect when we came here. Just need some getting used to. Besides, our captain warned us not to agitate the locals. You looking down on me? Bitch? Eh? The hell is this? Let me go. Oh, hey. Welcoming wave. Do not harm him, but do make him leave. Dr. Calcit. I said not to deviate from a planned route, even if it is to treat the wounded along the way. Sorry, Dr. Calcit. No matter, you handled it well. We've reached our destination. Welcome to Babel. Or Babel. Whoa. New backdrop. Babel logo. Did you manage to retrieve all our stray colleagues? Yes, all is well with them. The construction of Babel's facilities is proceeding smoothly. The school that you were so looking forward to is already complete. Yet I heard the unbeatable Dr. Kalsa had not too long ago been turned down, perhaps even kicked out. I did not foresee such a direct refusal. I'm not surprised at all, to be honest. To many sarcasts, the imitation of the king is barely worth the paper it's printed on. On the other hand, our connections with Sargon and Rimbilliton had delivered good news. As for Columbia, some scientists have proposed a technology exchange program. They have their eyes on the ancient Sarcast witchcraft, while we have need of their latest mobile farms. It took us a century's effort to share an equal dialogue with these powers. The results speak for themselves. We are creating new history, Theresa. Thank you, Dr. Calcit. But I can tell you've had a lot on your mind recently. The military commission has been formally established. Babel's existence will spark yet another near irreconcilable conflict in Kasdel. Our staff comes from different races and nations. How should they live alongside the Sarcasts? If your efforts to soothe enmity and prejudice instead become a fuse to spark conflict anew, what does your highness plan to do? If we cannot even eliminate prejudice and hatred within the walls of Kasdel, how can Babel hope to achieve equality for the Sarcasts throughout all of Terra? There will be members of the military commission posted to Babel soon. They will ensure the safety of our people. This will also serve as a warning to some. Babel is backed by both Theresa's and me. Oh right, did I ever tell you how I met a Sanctum messenger, Calcit? Strange. The Sanctum do not generally dare to approach the borders of Kasdel. Yeah, that was weird. Was this why your highness disappeared this afternoon? Was it that obvious? I thought Lekermaline had me covered. The Lord of Banshees clearly tried, but judging from the results, she isn't the best pick for clerical work. Well, what of the Sanctum messenger? He was getting water from the river, and we struck up a conversation. We chatted about many things: history, peace, hatred. Our viewpoints did not align on most things, but I could sense in him wisdom and intelligence beyond his years. He had thoughts concealed within his heart, ones even he did not know of. And so, we used the power of the King of Sarkas and Sancta on the Sancta. I simply wish to know what this fated encounter meant. And what did it mean? It's still hard to say, but while I was looking at his soul, I felt that perhaps we are not so alone, Calcit. Many on this land are doing as they can to pursue hope. Hopes big and small, hopes bright and beautiful. Ugh, that hurt. Are those people nuts or something? I just wanted to get a few nice things for myself. Never even heard of any Babel. He steadies himself against the wall, gasping for air as his vision begins to blur. Fatigue floods his limbs, weighing him down. Through his blurred vision, he sees another in front of him. He sees another in front of him fall to the crazed attacker's blades. He knows he will be next. I refuse to die here. It's you or me, bastards. Out of the way. He uses the last of his threads to barrel his way out, but the only resistance he meets is solid ground. All he sees is black. Are you alright? Were you trying to save me just now? There's so much blood. Why does it feel like I'm the one saving you? Hold on, I'll bring you to Babel. Our doctors there can help you. Ha, I'm still alive. Who could have thought that those lunatics would decide to attack innocent bystanders in broad daylight to get at Babel? I don't know how the others are faring. Hey, stay with me. I still don't know your name. I'm good luck. Huh? For the first time, he regrets giving himself this name.
作戦は成功しましたね。
Kazillion combat drill. Learn to fight the nomadic city Castle. Instructor Doberman. Instructions for further action, please. Instructor Doberman. I'm fine. Let's get started with today's training mission. Beware of the hollows on the ground. What? What's wrong with her? Ah, shit. Operators cannot be directly deployed to these transverse plates, and we will need operators to put on regular tabs to provide assistance. Wow, it's so high up here. Instructor Doberman, are you okay? You look... I'm fine. Oh, right. She's afraid of heights. I forgot about that. I think we learned that like way early on. That's why we forgot about that. You see, point, pass the stabilizer chain to me.
I won't sleep on the job.
Jessica, cruiser's position. Proceed to your designated coordinates now. Put to the left. Chains. What does that do? Yes, shattered transverse plates are found all over Castel. Without stabilizer chains, operators won't be able to engage in combat like usual. Stabilizer chains are custom equipment for improving combat conditions. When an operator is deployed to a transverse plate, the last operator deployed within a certain range will throw one stabilizer chain to them, ensuring stability. Enemies need to be slowed by the chain. Stabilizer chains can also apply special effects on enemies to perform defense. Up to 2. Oh, what the hell? Alright, the next exercise should be improvised combat. Guess I'll retreat for now, as planned. Cruz, wait, we're still linked. Cruz, Jessica, stay close. Remember that what the exercise is about. Always be mindful of your teammate's status. Why does it have to be so high? Deep rest, 5 more seconds. Now, based on what you've learned, what should you do when your teammates are in danger? I know, Instructor Doberman. You didn't immediately fall into the transverse plates when you lost your stabilizer chain. Instead, you gained the status unsteady. If another operator such as myself is deployed in a normal plate near you in time, they'll be able to throw the stabilizer chain to you.
In position.
Oh, so it's kind of like SSS.
Mission accomplished.
Okay. Cool mechanic.
できました。自分の力で皆さんを守れましたか？
We're fate guides. Sarkas has never been destroyed by war. We are strong. Bum, ba-dum, bum. 26 years ago. Autumn 1068. Wow. Wazerland, Lithuanian. How do you like this piece? Like an energetic child waking from slumber, rushing out the door to enjoy the fruits of life to the fullest. It was the Crefust who wrote it, inspired by His Holiness' visit to Wazirland when he was still a messenger for Laterano. Oh, was the messenger the Pope? The current one? The young and enthusiastic future pontiff told the children about all that he has seen. The ocean that Iberia watches over, the city of Athenius, where Menonian myths and machinations exist in equal measure. Dude, oh man, I want a Menonian event so bad. I want to go to Minos. And a passing mention of Casdale, the city of sin, the whereabouts of which are unknown. That sounds so cool. The Crefust was there, and he was fascinated by His Holiness' descriptions. The first draft of this work was in fact written at that time, but the Crefust was not satisfied. Even after many years of revisions, a final draft has yet to be completed. Until recently, when our scouts located the elusive nomadic city of the Devils and sent back photos. Gazing upon the enormous tracks left behind by the city, the Crefust found a missing element in the music: ferocity. With that, the work was complete. You found Casdale? Yes. The Crefust was astonished to find that the destiny of the work was intertwined with the cities. Wait, what? I understand the reason that Crefust chose to present this piece on the eve of my return to Laterano. However, unlike his predecessors, His Holiness has no intention of initiating offensive action against the Sarkans. He is not interested in putting the sinless on trial without cause. I'm afraid I must disappoint the Crefust. The city itself is of no concern to the Crefust. He is far more interested in His Holiness' opinion of the piece. Please send His Holiness the Crefust warmest regards. We have a response from Siracusa. Only a few of the Familia have agreed to participate in the action. Their men will rendezvous with the fleet soon. I can't believe Laterano rejected us. Inform the Syracusans to move quickly. We must mop up the city before the other crews can act. Take Casdale before the other Crefustan can. Do not repeat the mistake we made at Gaul and miss another opportunity. Oh, soon as Syracusa will start part of Lithanian. I like Lithanians. You always bring so much busyness. And it's smart that you disguise yourself as a prisoner in a smuggling crew, rather than flying the banner of a messenger. Now tell me what you want, before I lose my patience. Trade, muscle for hire, intel. The Scar Marker has everything you need. Cooperation, esteemed leader. We don't have a fixed price for cooperation. Are you sure you Crefust can't pay my price? Don't you want to know what we're asking for first? There's nothing that money cannot buy here, Caprine. What about Casdale? Go on. The Crefust wants you to sabotage the city's propulsion system. Nothing else. The down payment is in the safe that you took from the caravan. The Crefust will discuss the rest of the payment with you in Casdale. I admire your boldness. Let me express my good faith was a little glimpse into the future for you. I'm about to say psych. The nomadic city of Casdale. Take your things to scram, Nathaniel. Are you trying to poison me? These are just the presents. You'll need them on the battlefield. Babel member. The warships that surround us came from Lithanian. Outsiders like you must have led them here. I don't have an explanation. I know you're taking your son with you into battle. He could use the medicine. Keep your hands off my son. What's a commotion? Are you out of your mind? She's a Babel doctor. Are you okay? I'm fine. He wasn't really trying to hurt me. Huh, good luck. You married a Babel woman. Oh, really? And now you become a shill for the invaders? They'll be the death of you. I guarantee it. Many of us are also pained by the impending war. We've requested to join you on the front lines. Lunatics. Who knows what schemes you have on the front lines? You'll get yours in the end. Give me the medicine. I'll distribute it. They're ready to leave. Go meet up with them. I'll take care of things here. Good luck, your son. I didn't let him leave. If the Lithanians want to force us into a catastrophe, it's safer for him to be in the lower level shelters in the city. Relax, Doctor. People have made it through catastrophe in the past. Maybe we'll have, you know, good luck. The furnace has burned for more than a century. War, catastrophe, migration, exile, all the suffering since the TCAS era has not extinguished the hatred of the Revenants. The Sarkas have seen many Khazil through the ages. The memory of yesterday may be unrecognizable by tomorrow. But the soul furnace has been a constant for this generation of Sarkas. Home is where the soul furnace is. Khazil. The furnace has not burned like this for many years. I could hear the cries of the Revenants even from here. Soon, the city will charge headlong into a catastrophe. All we need to do is hold out until Salem's reinforcements arrive, until Khazil once again passes through the catastrophe. They thought we would cower. They tried to assume our thoughts with their conception of common sense. It was so 170 years ago, and it is so now. Arrogant and laughable fools who never took the time to truly understand us. What fate do you think awaits the city, Theresis? To be honest, the chances that it survives are slim. Khazil was immobilized the last time it braved the catastrophe. It took us a decade just to get moving at full speed again. And the forests of crystals and the mines and all the walls could never be removed, ruining years of our plans for the city. I don't know if the city can survive another ordeal like that, much less one that's even worse. Good luck rarely comes twice. I believe in the city, Theresis. Not because of luck, but because we built this city, and I won't give up on it. The story of the city does not end here, Your Highness. I may not be able to see its future clearly, but there's one thing I can say for sure. The city continues to exist into the distant future. No one can say, however, if it will be a sanctuary of hope or a ghost city of the dead. Scar-Eye, have you not grown tired of the ambiguous words of your kind? I need to remind you that no amount of mercenaries can ensure your safety in the city. There is no deceiving your highnesses, of course. Khazil doors are open to every Sarkas, but you'd have a good reason to set foot in the city with your mercenaries at a time like this. I was made an offer most difficult to refuse, which obliged me to enter the city to seek an audience. What is that you're carrying? This? Something significant. Oh, I mean, someone. The Lithanians wanted me to sabotage Khazil. I've been away from my kin for many years, but as your highness said, Khazil was the root of all Sarkas. So I felt that I had to deliver this Lithanian with my own hands, in order to prove my innocence. What are you thinking? Exactly as I have said. What can I possibly hide before the king of Sarkas? But if you're not interested in my gift of good faith, then I see no need to carry it with me anymore. It's heavy, after all. He casually cast a bag into the furnace, where it's incinerated in an instant, without a sound. The furnace is always an impressive sight, no matter how many times one sees it. Your Highness needs not pity him. He should have foreseen the risk when he approached the Scar Market. I trust Lithania was not miserly within its terms. It's simple, Your Highness. I prefer immediate payment over empty promises. But more importantly, I don't work with the losing side. Are you predicting our victory? It wasn't I who saw it. It was the Cyclops who left the prophecy 1,000 years ago. I'm simply betting that your highnesses are the protagonists of the prophecy. Regardless, the safest business for the Scar Market is with your highness. It would keep business flowing for at least the next 50 years or so. Is that not so, your highnesses? You're clever. Prophecy doesn't bring victory, but we can. Bring your mercenaries. We're moving out. The crowd stirs. The Sarkar's processions leaving the city is quiet, except for the occasional clang of weapons and equipment. Their silence is rooted in the knowledge of the fate that awaited them beyond the city's gates. They wrap banners torn from the walls around their waists, or clutch originium spikes chopped from the streets as makeshift weapons. Each has their own ritual to remember the city that they may never return to. Mom, Dad, where are you? Oh, this is Oda, isn't it? Huh, people really need to watch their kids. They can't be allowed to run wild. Ouch. Whoa, that's Manfred. Careful. Thank you. Where did you come from? Why are you leaving the city? You'll fall if you're not careful. I'm looking for my mom and dad. Are you going out too? Yes, I'm going to the battlefield. Are you looking for your mom and dad there too? Can I come with you? No, I'm by myself. Why are you going out then? Because I don't want to hide in the city. I want to fight the people who are doing bad things to us. That's what my parents told me before they left. I want to fight too, but mom and dad won't let me go. I tried to sneak out and got a beating when they found out, but I don't want to be away from mom and dad. We'll go together then and find your mom and dad. But there'll be a lot of bad people out there. Are you scared? You're not scared? Mom and dad aren't scared. I'm not scared either. The disheveled child pumps his fist to show courage, but his trembling betrays him. The older child knows that this young boy does not fully understand what is happening outside the city. But the young boy knows something simple but true. Bad guys should be chased away. Families should stay together. So he takes the boy's hand and joins the procession. How do you find your parents when we're out there? They work for Babel. They have a picture of a tower on their clothes. Babel. I know that place. Are you from Babel too? No, I grew up in the military commission institution. I guess I'm from the military commission. Military commission? What's that? A place that protects people, just like Babel. What's your dad's name? Let's squeeze our way to the front. Maybe they're up ahead. Good luck. Good luck? Yes, he's... Good luck. Why are you laughing? Nothing. Let's shout his name. Maybe he'll hear you. Two children squeeze forward in the processions, holding each other's hand, calling out good luck with their tiny voices. A few heads turn and sigh when they see the young, naive faces. Good luck. Oh, damn. It is what they all need. On an evening in the autumn of 1068, the music playing in the Kurfürst of Wazerland's study was interrupted by the sound of frantic knocking on the door. The fleet that was pursuing the nomadic city of Kazdel had broken off its pursuit. Those crazy devils charged straight into a catastrophe. It's only by sheer good luck that they got away. Years later, the Kurfürst of Wasserland still recounted the reason for this failure with palpable disdain. All right. Let me just do the first half of stages with the 3-star squad. Shouldn't be too hard.
I've arrived.
Bum, bum, bum.
Everyone, follow me.
I like the little skates.
Follow me.
僕からこの戦いを止めたい。そうだ。
Everyone, follow me.
Look, faces in the chin for the first time. Ah, shit. I don't got Cruz.
分かった。
Bathe in fresh blood.
倒れろ。
Oh, they're still slow. Okay, that's cool.
Thrust.
早く。ご命令を。レセプター。ジェムスは怒ってる。早く。ゲームオーバー。
Mission accomplished.
How tiny we seem to when we stand behind the tracks of the ship. Yes, it's a most impressive war machine. With their bodies as barriers, the National Herd halted its advance at a tremendous cost. The Banshee's shrieks, powerful enough to shadow consciousness, only managed to force the Lestinians to retreat below deck. If not for the catastrophe and the rough terrain in this valley. We're so far behind, and time is running out. Keston must have equally powerful weapons, if not more so. All our previous attempts have failed. A century ago, few believed we could build a nomadic city out of Kasdel. Yet we did. If we are to catch up to them now, we cannot afford to take the conventional path. We have word from the Damatsi. The battleship on the horizon are slowing down. Have they given up? No, the Kufris's orders were to continue the pursuit. But the commander of the fleet ordered them to slow down. They're concerned about the catastrophes and the terrain. They've seen what happened to the ship. At the current rate, we can expect to engage them at dusk. We have bought enough time for Kazda to retreat. Teresa looks back at the two storms entwining on the wastes, trying to catch a glimpse of the city. She sees nothing. Where is Kazda now? Is it still moving through the storm? Are the people in their shelter safe? The storms are converging. Our retreat has been cut off. A battle is inevitable. Theresis? I never thought I'd see you lose focus on the battlefield. What's that? Huh? That's... Whoa. The storms rage, the young taunting the old. The newborn storm slams into the dying storm to the war drums of thunder. Rolling air currents clash and combine between the two storms. Violence begets peace, and a passage appears where the storms converge. Lightning flashes and thunder cracks. A path through the storm. The storm. Let's go, Theresa. The storm has given us a path. Those who survive through it will have another chance. We'll do it together. The Damatsi cluster passes their command to every Sarkaz present. The warriors see their leaders walk into the storm side by side and follow with no hesitation. The procession advances into the tempest, the strong supporting the weak, the brave encouraging the fearful. Do you see that, Theresis? Within the roar of the tempest, they seem to hear the voice from the snowstorm in that childhood dream. They see the prophecy. Who's that? Huh? They seem to hear the voice from the snowstorm in that childhood dream. The thin cloaked figure turns at the sound of her voice and sees the stormbound procession. Theresa sees a child. Mist, gilded by the setting sun, shrouds her shoulders, rising and blending with the shrieking winds above. He takes off his gauntlet and stretches his bare hand into the mist. The mist dissipates, and in his bloodied hand is the stone blade that the child is holding. You... grab. What are you doing here? You came in. Home. The child wrestles the blade from Theresa's hand and points it again at Theresa's and the procession behind him. There is no difference between man and beast to the child who grew up in the oasis. You want to kill me? Kill you. Nobody taught her how to speak. She simply emulates the sound made by those who pass by. Theresa looks out silently at the thin figure. Let me show you how to hold a knife. The child hesitates for a moment before putting her knife in Theresa's outstretched hand. Bring me. Theresa gazes into Theresa's eyes. Prophecy. A sword to slay the regent king. A spear to pierce the royal ring. But they have never cared much for prophecy. Very well. Come with me. The home of the Sarkas is not on the Barrens. So there's just a little child out there? Do you have a name? Name? Me? From now on, you have a new name. Oh! It's Ascalon. Oh, that didn't click. That's how they found her? The hell was she doing out there? 10 days later, the nomadic city of Kasdal. Again. Look, Doctor. The furnace has been relit. Is it moving? The city's finally moving? Ouch. Careful. Your wounds might open again. I've got to go to the furnace. The furnace burnt again, and Kasdal still sails. The Athenians didn't manage to kill us. Oh, I didn't mean you, Doctor. Come with me to see it. You deserve the same honor as the warriors who survived. But I'm not Sarkas. You people are heroes too. Come watch their highnesses command the Goliath to support the leaning furnace. Watch the sparks fly when the iron hammers beat upon the broken core. Hear the elegy of the Banshee, and witness the final journey of fallen heroes when they enter the furnace to fuel it. This used to be an occasion that only the Sarkas could see. I would love to go, but there are still a lot of wounded to treat. Alright, tell you what. I'll bring back a couple bottles of booze and some fresh fruit, and we'll... You're not allowed to drink. And who the hell drinks in a medic tent? Come on, it's just a little flesh wound. No means no. It's your erypathy that's a problem. Not to mention you're a terrible drinker. When did you ever see me drink? Oh, that time when I was drunk I came to you with a bunch of erypathy bombs. Look, that was the only time in all these years. You know I can't afford booze. I can't stop you. Why don't you go yourself? It won't be the same without you. But I'm an Athenian. And? Do you support those nobles who profit off war? I ran away from home because I couldn't stand them. There you have it. Wait a second. You say you ran away from home? Were you noble? No. I was kind of thinking, your equipment doesn't look like it's from Babel. Well, I won't speculate. It does nobody any good. So, you could go on your own. I doubt the soldiers from the front lines will get along with a Athenian. When I saw the Athenians string my father up by a sewer entrance to humiliate him, I never imagined I could befriend a Caprine doctor either. Back then, the only people who showed us any kindness were poor, infected, or both. Right, enough of the sad stuff. Be back in a jiffy. Seriously, when does the Sarkas become so glib-tongued with me? I wonder if this counts as progress, Theresa. In any case, Casdown's moving again. Things will get better. Back already? What's about time you laid down? Oh, sorry. I thought you were someone else. Music stopped. I don't have a good feeling. Wait, your wounds are really bad. Nobody treated your art prints? The Lysanians did it. My son's dead. They burned him alive before my very eyes. I was the only one who lived. Damn. At least let me see your wounds. They burned him alive. He was screaming. They used arcs to hang him in the air for everyone to see. My brothers are dead. My captain is dead. The Lysanians stood on their high ground. Their raised staffs looked just like... with bloodshot eyes. The nearly deranged Sarkas fixates on the doctor's staff, abandoning in the corner. The emblem of the home she left behind hangs from the staff, like a real... The doctor does not sense the hostility. She lifts his top to inspect the wound, but feels a chill run up her spine. Your arm. Why didn't the guards check you? The light of the soul furnace lights up in the night sky above Kaza like the midday sun. The fire's crackles echo like a mournful growl, a somber tribute to the fallen who have become its fuel. All the Sarkas set their eyes in the sky that night. No one notices the light from one of the field's hospital windows go out. Damn. Your Highness, why was I brought here? Oh yes, I have good news to report. What news? We won. We defeated the Lefanians, Your Highness. Me, my son, and the Blue Blood Squad. We won. We won. Are you not glad, Your Highness? Were we too slow? Blake, my son, bring me the battle plan. Son? Son? Sorry, Your Highness. I don't know where my son went. You killed the doctor, who has served Kazda for years, treating Oripathy patients. Kazda? Doctor? No, you misunderstand, Your Highness. I only fight Lithanians. Have you read his emotions, Theresa? Pain, confusion, madness. He has driven himself mad to escape the painful memories. He doesn't even know what crime he committed. The others do. The guards discovered him brawling with another Sarkas amid shattered casks of liquor, which ignited and spread fire throughout the field hospital. All await the king's response, but you cannot be the one to do it. Leave it to me. Your Highness, General, I gave my all to defeat the Lithanians. Was I wrong to do so, Your Highness? Take him away. His name is Logan, given to him by his mother, who was one of the first Babel engineers. He hardly uses any arts, but the guards were hypnotized by arts. Someone is behind this. The military commission will not investigate the Sarkas for the sake of an outsider. Not after they've just been through another ordeal. Neither should Babel. We have no choice. This war just ended. The war has just ended. Babel should withdraw from military and political affairs, at least for the time being. You know that's not what Babel is about in the first place. I do, but many don't. I will define the parameters for Babel's activities. Babel members will continue to serve Kansas medical, educational, and technological needs from this area. Typo. The military commission will continue to protect them, but we must make every effort to avoid conflict. There will come a day when the repressed hatred boils over, and even we will be powerless when the day comes. Kazdale is in urgent need of change. We have to solve the originium problem, soon. But even that won't solve all our problems. I know. I've always known. There you are, Ascalon. What have you seen in this city? Oh, baby Ascalon sprite. Death. People cry. People die. Cry? Cry tears? Teresa stretches out his hand. A delicate stone knife lies in its palm. Knife, my... Keep it safe. A warrior should treasure her weapon. I will teach you how to sharpen your blade. But it's up to you to decide whom it cuts. You're too impatient, Teresa. She's not ready to understand these things yet. She has to understand, sooner or later. Maybe. But for now, what we should do is give the frightened child a little bit of peace. Do you like the city, Ascalon? Compared to the armored general, Ascalon does not like the sarcastic woman crashed before her. She seems to see through all her thoughts, leaving no secrets. A most dangerous thing in the Wastes. But she cannot bring herself to be hostile to this gentle sarcasm. No need to be afraid. You know I don't mean you any harm. Come, touch my horn. We're the same. Warm. Here. Warm. Me. Yes, warm. Hatred and killing are not the only way to solve a problem. Slurring. Way? Problem? Teresa says no more. It is difficult for a girl who has known nothing but the Wastes to understand certain words, even with the help of the King of Sarkas. She takes Ascalon's hand. It's like the wound on your palm. Weapons can't heal it. Only time and medicine can. Aw, it's okay. I've cleaned your wound. You need to take care of it. Be patient. One day, you'll wake up and find that it doesn't hurt anymore. Yeah. It's adorable. No one here. We'll wait a little longer. It's not lesson time yet. They'll come. Look, it's Teresa's. Casualty report from the military commission. There are many children, most of them students. The ones that lived. The parents are no longer willing to let the outsiders of Babel teach them. Plus, if memory serves, many of Babel's teachers have already left out of fear. You're troubling yourself too much with trivial matters, Teresa. You need to rest. We still have to. I want to wait a little longer, Teresa. Very well. He does not leave. The classroom is eerily quiet. Teresa closes her eyes and recalls the students who used to fill the classroom. They said we could get potatoes for coming to school. I didn't understand that one, Your Highness. Do you have any simple stories? You said you went to the outside with mercenaries when you were our age. There's a sea between Sargon and Iberia? What's a boat? Why can't we go up on deck? Why would we throw up? Lithuanian spires? Are they like our furnace? People who are nice to us? But that's additional foreigners like that. But the teachers here are nice to us. Students come and go, but she always manages to get them in return. But this time, no one came. Oh? General Theresa's, Your Highness, You! The hilt of a stone knife hits the boy in the chest. Although unable to break free, The boy strains to look up at the tall, gaunt girl who hasn't pinned. I thought General Theresa's come this way. I just wanted to... Theresa, Your Highness, you're here too. This classroom, are you teaching? Put down the knife, Ascalon. Your Highness, you were looking for me? Yes, I came to seek an answer for the children who lost their parents. I know the military commission will take care of them, as it took care of me. But will this change anything? What if another war comes? I want to change things, but I don't know what I can change or what I should change. The two rulers gate upon a peerless child, each arriving at their own answer inside. What's your name? Manfred. Dad, we've been standing at the door forever. Why can't... Oh, so that's the kid, yeah. I thought so. Huh. So Oda is Good Luck's kid. Mommy's hurt very badly. She needs some quiet rest. Damn. That was her. But I miss Mom. Daddy misses her too, but not now. We'll go home together once I come back. Where are you going, Dad? I have to leave the city for a bit. To make the people who hurt Mommy pay. Stay here with Mommy and wait for Daddy. Can you stay, Daddy? We'll figure out a way to make Mommy better, I promise. Do you like Mommy's name? Oda, yes. It sounds very nice. It's your name now. But I'll teach you to fight the bad guys with Mommy's weapon once I get back. Okay, I'll beat up the bad guys who hurt Mommy. But will beat up the bad guys make her feel better? You'll understand someday, Oda. I'll be back. Wait for me. Good Luck turns around towards the crystal-infested city wall. The only thing left that ties up to the city is Oda. Oda. And Oda. Yeah, it's unfortunate, man.
占いの結果が出たぞ。完全勝利だ。
Hold on, I'll be back in a minute. Getting water. Alright. Silent Crack. Today, though, we face the tragic reality of disunity and betrayal. Eight years ago. Summer 1086. I wonder how the doctor comes into play. Residential district, the nomadic city of Castel. Remember the promise we made at the beginning of the lesson? Good. Keep your voice low when answering. Don't tell anyone about the classes. Raytaka has been Raytank has been teaching you about our history for the past few months. As for myself, I've been struggling to decide what to teach you in our last lesson. Mathematics, language, agriculture, weapon making? What I've come to realize is that whatever I teach you won't truly change our lives. We've lived silently in despair for too long. The war 18 years ago never ended. The ghost of Lithuanian's fleet continued to haunt those who experienced that war. Many died in despair, drowned in the fear of war and of being consumed by the black rocks that grew from their bodies. But our instincts drove us to seek a way to overcome despair. Some declared war on despair, on the outsiders who oppressed us, but they all fell short in the face of cruel reality. Came to see the contracts. Oh, he's still around. I've never seen a more motivated mercenary than you. Are you trying to buy a mansion in Colombia or something? One should feel lucky just to be alive for so long. In that sense, I suppose your name is well deserved. I heard a bunch of jobs came in lately. Anything good? There are eyes on and in the city now. Things don't turn out too well for the last few who took these jobs. It's Babel stuff. Are you sure you want to be part of that mess? Yeah, I trust my luck. Have it your way then. There's a teacher in town who's been saying good things about Babel's outsiders. Someone is willing to pay to shut him up for good. Will do. I look forward to your surprises. Hope your luck doesn't run out today. The nomadic city of Kazdo. Again. It has been a while since good luck came back. The city has changed a lot. People come and go. He's familiar with the words Babel and military commission. There are always people fighting over things that he does not understand. He does not understand why the Sarkas feel the need to fight one another. He takes out the photo of the target, a mild-mannered young man. The triangular marking on his sleeve seems familiar. A teacher spitting praise about Babel's outsiders, inciting opposition against the military commission. Sorry, your lectures are not today. Should be around here. Wait, this place. He's been away for a long time, but not long enough to forget his home. Oh, what if it's Oda's home? Oda, you should not have gotten involved. Is it gonna be Oda? We've gotten used to despair from one defeat after another at the hands of powers beyond our ability to resist. But we needed to convince ourselves that our despair was not self-inflicted, that it stemmed from an obvious source in our lives. That is what Babel has become for people in this day and age. It was Babel who brought the enemies. It was Babel's medicine that worsened our apathy. It was Babel's education that sapped our will to resist. It was Babel who deluded the king of Sarkas and tricked us into giving up on collecting the blood debt from the outsiders. Babel is the source of all our despair. I see some of you nodding. No doubt you've heard the name from your parents. In desperate times, people often mistake hearsay for truth. But is it the truth, though? Were our lives better without outsiders in Kazdel? Don't take anything at face value. See, think, and find your own answer, as you always should in life. Yes, it's hard to leave Kazdel. The land outside is full of danger. Even making it to the border of the next country is no small feat. But I'll still leave this place. I'll go to Lithuanian, Colombia, Casimir's, to anywhere that I may find a way to change things. Then I'll come back and teach you, and all the children of the Sarkas. What will happen to Babel, you ask? The future of Babel. Hide yourselves. Don't make a sound. Hello? Are you looking for someone? Oh, it's Ascalon. Fully grown. Sorry, I got the wrong door. Do you need help? I'm familiar with the area. He smiles. There's no panic in his eyes. Ascalon scans the spaciously furnished room and understands. That's Logos. Pensive child. That's totally Logos, right? Do you live here on your own? Yes. My name is Ascalon. I'm from Babel. Thank you for sheltering him, but you must leave. Be careful. These are troubled times. Shouldn't just speak. You heard her. Someone knows you're here. You need to go. Not just a military commission, but also those mercenaries who've been bringing trouble to our doorstep. I know. I'm very grateful to you for lending us your house to serve as a classroom. The children. I'll take them home. Don't worry. You can continue your classes in a few days, once the storm has passed. There will be no need. As I've said before, I'm ready to leave. I've already spent too much time here because I wanted to see the lessons through to the end. There are many places that I still need to see. Alright. Oh, don't forget the potatoes. They're from the children and me. It's not much, but they will serve us a few meals on the road. Thank you so much, all of you. I should be the one thanking you. I learned a lot from you. For the past few years, Castle has grown faster than its education and public thinking can keep up. I fear that our powers will be our own destruction if we do not change the present situation. The conflicts we're seeing in Kasdal now are a good example. This is not how the Sarkis should be. I have yet to find a way to change all these. But I know that the answer does not lie within Kasdal. Goodbye, Oda. Goodbye. May your journey be safe and smooth. Oda watches as the teacher disappears around the corner, but does not go in. He does not remember when it started, but he has the habit of sitting by the door, waiting for a familiar someone to return. Wind stirs the dust from the streets, and the dust stirs up his tears. There's not even a shadow. He gently closes the door. Oda. Good luck sees the target leave the house. Then he sees a familiar figure that he has not seen for a long time. His blade feels heavy. He cannot move. Damn, this means he never came back for him. Oda, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'm a lousy dad, but... He tightened his grip on the knife's hilt. He knows only one way to give Oda a better future. Another one. Damn, just like that. I guess she caught on to him. A mist-shrouded corpse in the corner of the street, erasing all traces of its existence. The passing of a life in Kasdal is akin to a speck of dust falling to the ground, unheard, unceremonious, and unnoticed. His luck has run out. Just like that. It's not like Ascalon knew, right? He was technically there to put a hit on someone from Babel. How long do you plan on hiding there, Manfred? Well, you're planning to stab me in the back now. Another mercenary. How many have you killed? Didn't see the point to keep count. You can kill 1, 2, 100 even. But can you kill every single mercenary who accepts the contract? They just want to remind us that we've been complacent with the status quo for far too long. Using the lives of Babel members as a reminder? To remind whom? He made a promise to Her Highness. Is that what he calls protection for Babel? All I see are crackdowns on Babel and mercenaries running wild. There are some things that should not be said out loud, especially not by you, Ascalon. If you don't like it, arrest me. So here we see they chose kind of different paths. Manfred went with military commission and Theresis, while Ascalon probably sided more with Babel and Theresa. Let's see if you've improved at all under this his tutelage. The general has taught me that there are more important things than violence. And by the looks of things, the mercenaries aren't the only ruthless cutthroats around here. Stop dodging if you dare. I'll prove to their highnesses that I can beat you. Too slow, Manfred. Wait. Ah. You're dead. Again. Ugh. Get up. Don't need you to tell me. Footwork, Manfred. And Ascalon, stop going for his head all the time. This is the most effective way. It's his own fault for getting hit. If he can't dodge it, he has to take it. You're right, Ascalon. But why did you stop? We didn't tell you to. I can't take it, Your Highness. It's not over yet. Huh? I hit. Your Highness, I hit. Did you now? Let me down, Ascalon. Don't hurt him, Ascalon. Manfred's long limbs flare helplessly in the air, while his torso is tied to a wooden stake. Oh, so you got your ass beat by Ascalon there. How did you do it so fast? Got my inspiration from the way Her Highness sues. Oh, really? Manfred wriggles to break free, but the more he squirms, the tighter the ropes hug him. He cannot understand how Ascalon can be so strong and fast, when she looks as thin and frail as him. Let me down. Look, I won again. Ascalon raises her weapon high and grins victoriously at the twin sovereigns. Ascalon's gotten a lot more cheerful. What are you thinking? They're different from the other Sarkaz children. We can change them, but how can we reach all the children of Kazdo? Give me time. Babel can do it. Time is a luxury. I know, but education is not something that can be rushed. What we're doing is leaving hope for the next generation. The flame of hope will never go out, as long as a single teacher in Kazdo remains willing to share with these children the visions of a beautiful future. Theresa cast her eyes towards the two children, full of hope for their future. Well, are you going to admit defeat or not? No, let me down. We're not done. I'll let you down when you admit defeat. No way. I'll bind you, Manfred. Thank you, Your Highness. Whoa, why am I flying? Your Highness. Hee. Alright, that will do, Theresa. Let him down. You've improved, but Theresa hasn't taught you everything he knows. You were always the faster learner, but ever since you left the general, you've been nothing but unadjusted and lost. He is disappointed in your departure, by the way. I may not be as good with words as you are, but at least I don't just ignore the insults against Her Highness Theresa. Do you really know why Her Highness is so dedicated to Babel's ideals? Do you really know why the general hasn't openly denounced the attacks on Babel? You should have talked to him, rather than turn your back on him. I turned my back? You're the ones who turned your backs on Her Highness and the voices of so many. It's Theresis who has turned a blind eye to the mercenaries' act of violence and the damage they've caused to Babel. This much I know. The general has allowed it precisely because he can't ignore the voices of the majority. If the fate of the Sarkaz is doomed to fall into the abyss, what's wrong with using more effective means to prevent it? So that's what you truly think. It's what most of us in Kazdo think. It's not that I don't trust Her Highness. Anyone can promise a better future, but we can't ignore the reality before it. Isn't it cruel to use violence to force a child to shake hands and make peace with the murderer who just killed his father? Say whatever you want. I'll keep my hands off the military commission, but if you try to act with the mercenaries, then my job is simple. No more mercenaries, no more problem. Damn. I always like how everything's so like gray. Ascalon, if you have time, go visit Her Highness. I've never seen her so tired. A puff of mist is the only sign that she was ever there. Manfred looks down and wipes away the blood slowly seeping out of his chest. He sighs and turns into the empty street, only to spot the deceased mercenary's effects. Someday, we will all understand. It was never Her Highness or the general who made the choice. Who's there? He hesitates before the door. It has been a busy day at this old ramshackle house, from the teacher to the multiple visitors. Who could be outside the door? Has father finally returned? And if so, what should he say? He has learned so much from the teacher that he wants to share with his father, whose visits back home have become less and less frequent. Also, he did see him through the years. He takes a deep breath, collects his mind, puts on a calm face, and opens the door. Hello? Good evening. Can I help you, sir? You know who I am? No, sir, but I know the uniform of the military commission. Just a routine inspection. Do you recognize these items? This is my father's. There have been some disturbances in the city, and I'm afraid your father... I'm so sorry. Where did you find them? There was nothing else left at the scene. I'm sorry. Oop. What's your name? Oda. If you need any help... No, I'm very grateful that you brought these back. It's been a long time since I last saw him. This is enough. I don't have to wait anymore. He's not coming back. Do you have family? Or friends you could count on? I could take care of myself. Besides, we see things like this every day in the city, no? I'm sorry I gushed, sir. I just feel like I know you, somehow. I'm sure you're busy. I won't keep you any longer. My condolences. The door closes. Manfred can hear the sound of sobbing coming from behind the door, but he doesn't feel sorrow. Not anymore. Oda's right. Oh, they knew each other as kids. Holy shit. Right. Oda's right. He's seen this too many times. Yet he remembers this is not what the city was meant to be. So did Manfred not recognize him either? Guess not. Silent crack.
勝利の知らせを待っててくださいね。
さっさと降参してくれればこちらも時間を無駄にせずに済むんだからな。
Leave it to us. はい。治療の準備を。Everyone, follow me. 命令です。経験だけに頼るものじゃないんです。Everyone, follow me.
Ah, shit. These extra items. These stupid shits.
Orchid, ready to move.
Everyone, follow me.
わかった。倒れろ。
I've arrived.
Everyone, follow me. なんでしょうか。なんでしょうか。
倒れろ。
Stop them now.
Alrighty.
凍りつけ
Yeah, that's all.
目標地点に到着しました
Oh sad pierce the 凍りつけ
なんでしょうか一撃を食らえ早くもゲームオーバ
Here, stop them now.
ー勇気は
倒れろ
Ow.
このまま行こ
Mission accomplished.
Nomadic city of Kazda. Again. Let me through. This area is off limits. What happened? Are you with Babel? No. Then it's none of your business. The wall of royal court soldiers prevent Oda from passing. But he sees several familiar crying faces in the scattering crowd. Those students, I think I can take this alley here. Excuse me, do you know what happened? Someone beat another guy to death. He's dead too. Are you trying to join the racket? Babel again. What is your highness thinking? Trap. You owe everything you eat, everything you wear, and the roof over your head to her highness. Shh. Well, it's simple enough, alright? A teacher beat the father of his student to death. Oh, they framed it this way? A teacher, how could... All the man did was scold him a little. And it was a teacher who was telling the kids all sorts of awful things. That's not true. You're a Babel shield too? Kids these days. Hey, what are you doing? Oda squeezes through the crowd, sees some familiar faces lying on the ground. He finally finds the source of the commotion. The teacher lying in a cloud of dust. They got him. Teacher, what's going on? I didn't mean to hurt his father. Hang in there, I'll find the doctor. No, over there. Him. Oda listens in the direction of the dying man is pointing, and sees an injured child crying by the lifeless body of his father. Oda runs through the burning streets, carrying the injured child in his arms, and pieces together the whole picture from what he sees and hears. It began when an agitated teacher accidentally killed an agitated father, before he was set upon by the angry crowd that fell to the dust of the streets. Oh, okay. I see. The terminal dragged everyone in. Civilians, Babel, mercenaries, even the military commission. Like a chain reaction, clouds of dust were stirred up in various corners of the city. It wasn't until artillery from an unknown source blasted through a wall of Babel's office building that the royal court troops finally quelled the riot. It began with an accident and ended with a shell that caused more damage to Babel than anything in the past 18 years, and since the end of the war. The kid is hurt and needs a doctor. Don't make me do this the hard way. Whose side are you on, Babel? The military commission? Neither. I just to get up to a doctor. Now get out of my way. My dad. It's too late for him, I'm sorry. Go. But don't trust outsiders so easily, Sarkaz. Not in this chaos. Thank you. Oda can feel the child's breathing grow weaker as he continues on his way. Running through the streets, he seems to feel someone's brush past his shoulder, but sees no one. Was I imagining things? Stop right there. Not one step closer. There are patients inside. The kids need medical attention now. But, oh, I didn't know anyone still willing to bring patients here. Alright, I'll take it from here. I'll try to give you some extra medicine before we leave. Leave. Her Highness made the decision, but we all know what's happening. We're not welcome in Kasdale anymore. Where are you going? Outside the city? Aren't you afraid of the dangers in the wastes? Yes, I am. But if the city no longer welcomes us, then we will respect this choice. I want to join Babel. I can help care for the patients or protect you. Indifferent royal court soldier. Is this the one who started the whole mess? Will he live? Don't think so. Lost too much blood. And what are we even doing here? Just follow the general's orders and don't ask questions. Who'd have thought something so minor would need their highness's statement? Ugh. He's trying to talk to us? There's nobody else around. Probably just seeing things before he dies. No Bashi will sing an elegy. Elegy for such a sinner. It's dangerous. Go. They can't see me. My art hide my presence. You could do that. Who are you? A student. I came from far away, following in the footsteps of my mother, to find answers in this wandering city and her two rulers. Did you find? I'm afraid the city doesn't have the answers ready yet. But I found you. The ideas that you advocated were very interesting. I was with you when you taught those children in that basement, learning about the city and Babel. Oh, so he was always invisible. Okay. Of course, no one noticed, except Ascalon. The boy has been brought to Babel where his injuries will be treated. Do you regret your end? No. The boy defended me. He understood what I tried to change. I'm sorry about his father. I sympathize. It was not your intention to cause this tragedy, but fate has played a cruel joke on you. I hear crying. It is your elegy, calling your fading soul to the other side. Fear not, hesitate not. The myriad souls welcome you with open arms. Let my song take you beyond. Thank you. The young Bashi's song soothes the mind of the dying man. The gentle song echoes through the crowded streets of the city. Bashis respond to the song of their young kin, adding their voices to the harmony. It is an elegy that commemorates the passing of an ordinary Sarkas. You were talking about the future of Babel in the lesson, but you didn't get to the end. What were you going to say? I believe that Babel will die someday. I hope I'm wrong. A song. Another Sarkas has passed on in the turmoil. There is no longer any place for Babel here. I will lead them and leave the city. Theresa, we love you, all of us. I know, but Babel has no choice. But if you leave, my people have made their choice. Neither I nor Theresis can change it. We cannot abandon hope, but the best of course of action right now is to avoid conflict. Hatred will swallow us like a flood. You've always known Theresa, our hero, our king. Gentle requests and gradual changes will not sway the minds of the Sarkas drawn here by Kasdale's rise. La Carameline, perhaps what I say will disappoint, even hurt you, Theresa. We're in Billiton, Sargon, even Columbia. You have opened their doors and allowed the Sarkas to negotiate with some as equals. Terra has seen more technological progress in 50 years than it has for millennia. But we were too slow. Despite the incredible changes you've brought to Kasdale, they haven't been enough to bear the fruits of true transformation. Even I, too, believe that the fruits of spring are near. Is this the stance of the Bashi court, La Carameline? I'm just a mother who came to see her boy off, Theresa. I respect his choice, and there will come a day when he will speak for our royal court. But that day is not today. I know you love him. You haven't allowed yourself to age since he was born. Oh, they can control their age? Aifino was a miracle to me and to all banshees. The day he was born, I became loath to age with time. I have preserved my appearance at the peak of my beauty. I wish to remain eternal in his memory. Oh, so it's like an appearance, it's an outside thing. My life is finite, of course. It's only the facade that never changes. I know what your highness is thinking. You never expected your dream to come true in this generation. You see yourself as the soil, and it's not the soil's due to witness the flowers bloom. Even if the two of you have to give everything to nourish the soil. Humor my little self-indulgence, your highness. Until he finds the answer he is seeking, allow him to travel between the two of you, to learn from both of you. He will be the first sprout to emerge from the soil. Bring Aifino. Take care of him. Protect him in my place. I will, La Carameline, my friend. Thank you. No matter where you go, no matter what fate awaits either of you, the Banshee Court will sing both your elegies and announce to all. This is my promise. It is the most ancient and powerful of witchcrafts, my final parting gift to you. La Carameline, will we meet again? I hope so. Until next time then. I look forward to the day that I can hear you sing in the midst of the convalescence. Farewell, your highness. I'm afraid I must stay here and go no further. Aifino will be part of your procession, after all. I'm not ready to say goodbye to him yet. Two days later. How long do you plan on standing there? You came a little too early, if it's Teresa you're looking for. I didn't think you would have the courage to come to me, Ascalon. Why? Do you mean why wouldn't you wouldn't you have the courage to see me? Or why I banished Babel? You've seen Manfred? Yes. Did you do it? Not all the way. Good. Now, remove yourself before you say something childish and naive. Not even Teresa would agree with you. Or you could choose to stay. You don't have to explain yourself. After all, you never formally joined Babel. Her Highness needs someone to protect her. She is more powerful than you think. And I agree with you even less, Master. I suppose I should take that as a no. You and Manfred are my best students, yet both of you have your fatal flaws. Your talents at combat are peerless, but what do you truly believe in? Your Highness, a patience. I said what you truly believe in, not me, nor Teresa. You still don't know what you seek, do you? To protect? That's just empty self-deceptive sentimentality. When you're unsure of your path, you merely project your motivations onto vague ideals. I've thought about it carefully. Perhaps. Then follow Teresa and protect her, but don't blindly adopt her ways. Think for yourself. Manfred found his answer long before you did. The next time we see each other... Never mind. Go, Ascalon. There is nothing else for us to talk about now. Ascalon falls to one knee, then turns to a mist that closes around Theresa's. The mist trembles and disperses, leaving behind only a stone knife in Theresa's hand. He recalls the day that he snatched the blade from the child in the catastrophe. You were too cold to her, Theresa's. It's a time of parting. You could have shared your mind with her. She has never been adept at expressing emotion. As her teacher, you're better than me at reaching the teenager side of her. Do you really have no faith in her choice? She is welcome back at any time. Manfred remains too complacent in his training. He needs someone to challenge him, a goal to work towards. I'll tell her. I wish you would come back too. I know. If we could not resolve a minor conflict like this, the next one could escalate into a full-fledged civil war. If it comes to that, all we have dreamed of for a century will be for naught. If that day comes and I have to And I have to. I'll kill you. Babel is ready. We will leave with those who are willing to follow. You've always kept them close. Yes, because they need me. I need you too. Kazo needs its king. Theresis, our people have made their choice. The best course of action, for now at least, is for Babel to back down. I will continue to call the nourishing rain upon Kazdo, change the city's circumstances, and wait for hatred to subside. But if you become the greatest threat to the searching dreamers in this long and painstaking process, I will destroy you. So be it. There you have it. Mercenaries and royal court soldiers lined the streets, holding back the restless crowd. It was the king of Sarkas who brought food and shelter. It was also the king of Sarkas who allowed oppression and hatred to fester. The Babel procession stretches as far as the eye can see, past the barricades formed by lines of royal court soldiers, past the disdainful crowd. Theresis walks towards the crowd and stands with them. He has left Theresis' side for the first time in 2 centuries. We all know what we must face. I hope this will not be the last time we stand together. Will that day be far? Not too far. Teresa joins the silent processions. Their farewell to the city is soundless. Their path is one of hope. Then something occurs, enough to silence the restless onlookers and momentarily halt the procession. The cursing and crying cease. Every eye turns to a single, poignant scene. A mercenary stepped out of the line to embrace his best friend in the procession. Damn. No one can hear the whispers exchanged between the two friends by the ruins of Babel, but all are willing to wait and give their moment of farewell. A farewell between the people and their city, and between two peoples of the same blood. A young Sarkas, who has lost everyone he holds dear, walks in the procession without regret. He remembers walking the same path, leaving the city in search of his parents with his older companion many years ago. Dad, I believe there has to be another way. Has to be another way than war. Mom, I know you believed in Babel because you hoped for a different way to live. Goodbye, Mom, Dad. Goodbye, home. For Theresa's eyes only. I have heard of what happened in Kazdo and share your sense of loss. The city holds special meaning to us all. But Babel need not drift on the wastelands, for I have located the ship I previously mentioned in Rim Billiton. The excavation went smoothly, and the ship's basic functions have been restored after 2 years of work. It will carry the hopes of Babel into the future. Please wait for me, Teresa. P.S. I did find it on the ship. A legacy that could bring upheaval to this land. Given its importance, I feel it's crucial to discuss this matter with you in person. With hope, Calcit. It? What's it? Guess we'll find out. Oh wow, already a cutscene. Awakening and exhaustion. Thinks I'm not gone according to plan. Priestess! I prepared a gift for you, Doctor. What do you hear? This is... Do you remember? This is a polarization formed when AMA 10 was born. You said you found a rhythm within its waveform. Of course, I added a little personal touch. Calcet. I adjusted the direction of the planetary tracks array to capture different echoes. The harmony is derived from the lingering neutrinos of extinguishing stars. As for the orchestrator, I used the gravitational folds left behind when the ship sailed through the Stargate. Oh, I knew you'd like it, Doctor. The universe is singing. Even at this moment, it's still as touching as ever. But this violates the norms we set ourselves, Priestess. These facilities should have kept operating on the preset path. The stars are losing their color. This world no longer has norms, doesn't it? This place will fall silent soon, almost like we've never been here. Come walk with me before the silence comes. I hope we'll get to see this world's future with our own eyes together, Doctor. We will. I will wait for you in that world. Ooh, I got chills. 4 years ago, summer 1090. Moving up the timeline. So now we're in the Rhodes Island ship, yeah. Rhodes Island of Babel. Closure with a different shirt. You are online. Phew. Finally done retrofitting the electrical wiring. Now we're gonna be able to withstand any impact, I think. Where did closure come from? How dare Casa make me work 48 hours non-stop? Once all this is over, I'm gonna tell Her Highness on her. Hey, Scout. Confirm within the Lance's communications range. Signal's clear. The mini bases you hit around are great, Closure. Of course, not even Her Highness has seen anything this handy. Is their so-called research finished? The energy surge caused by the last couple rounds almost got Rhodes Island to stall. I'm still reinforcing the land ship for the next impact. You know how much I racked my brains to cover up the land ship's movements? Like, what if the military commissioned spies caught wind? Relax. I've already eliminated all our targets nearby. Just focus on your preparations. Scout, report. The infiltration mission is complete. I'm sending the intel back to Babel. What's the situation inside the city? Not much has changed over the past few years. Not many catastrophes. Very little movement. Our situation is not very optimistic, actually. If the military commission continues to shrink our strategic space, let's trust Her Highness and Dr. Calcit. You're right. We've had so much time preparing for today's experiment just to turn the tide. Right. Scout, have you gotten your hands on the equipment I was keeping at my place? I've already entrusted it to a messenger to take to Babel. Awesome. With the secret weapon Calcit and I knocked out together, we'll definitely crack that weird control system on the ship. I'll rendezvous with the messenger and confirm the package's risk level before bringing it to the land ship. We have been investigating the agent behind our missing engineer too. The threat against the land ship hasn't been fully eliminated yet. Oh, it's Oda. Closure. I brought you even more materials, just as you asked. They're so heavy. Thanks, Oda. Looks like now I can make more safety equipment for Her Highness and Calcit. And I should install an extra line for backup. Hope there won't be any unexpected surprises this time. Do you need any help, Closure? Oh, you should hurry and evacuate to a safe zone with everybody else. The next wave of impacts is probably going to be in 30 minutes. Now, everything's all ready. I'm kind of curious. Just what kind of secret experiments are Calcit and Her Highness running? They even need to mod the energy and defense modules. Not to mention those weird tests. Is it the doctor? There is no one with a better understanding of Originium. If you want to solve the suffering caused by Originium, there is no better candidate for the job. The news you bring is always so surprising, even for the King of Sarkas. Are those devices really still working? Are you confident about the resurrection? It is the Doctor. The vast majority of life forms on Terra can't resist corrosion that spans such a long stretch of time. The Terra we see today is no doubt a miracle, and so are you, Theresa. But in the past, the whole solar system revolving around the sun was insignificant in their eyes. You seem a little tense, and also a little anxious and nervous. Is there anything else that worries you? Yes, but I can't tell you. It's okay. Sorry, I shouldn't have distracted you. Focus. I can feel it. Calcit. You love this name, don't you? I've forgotten almost everything else about those days. But I still remember how, in that distant past, somebody gave me this name. Calcit. That was the last time we ever met. Lord. Calcit, I do not have much time left. Search for traces of life. Search for hope and the future. Calcit, go find your own answer. Find yourself. Oh. Then why hesitate? Oh. Oh, yeah, that's right. Then why hesitate? I know what you mean. It's just... I've had a premonition, worry, or perhaps a conjecture. At the starting point of this land, at a certain point in time when life had only started budding, something that can never be reversed happened here. And I don't know what it is. If it's someone that even Dr. Calcit can put her full faith in, then I'm not one bit worried. I like the smiling Teresa. Besides, considering how cautious you are, the safety measures that you prepared well ahead of time have never allowed me to worry. I'm sorry to say this, Teresa. This alone, no matter how many contingency measures I prepare, I still can't confidently say anything's conclusive. Teresa, I can't guarantee that I will always make the most rational decisions. At this time, I want to believe. Then do what you want to. I'll be here, with you. Calcit's hand touches the door that has stood silently still for a cryptically long stretch of time. A new wave of tremors reaches Rose Island. The door loosens. Originium will become the beacon, condensed by our civilization. If one day other life forms in the universe lose their homeland and seek a way to resolve their plight, they will witness that we once shined, we once resisted, and this is where we rest. We once delivered a gift to those who came after us. Before our annihilation, hope. Ooh, they got the music. This place, unknown language. Is it time already? Warning, unknown power activated. Warning, PRTS access detected. Warning, PRTS access detect. PRTS access reset complete. Administrative permissions confirmed. All communication module channels open. Communications receiver module overclocking procedure completed. Search. Preserver. No signal. Preserve. Wasn't that the name of the thing under the Lone Trail thing, bar? Search. Cerealia Arbor. No signal. Search. Celestial Fulcrum. No signal. Search. Something. No signal. Search complete. No signal detected on any channel. Would you like to retry? No. Answer. Just me. How long has it been? Searching progress logs. Latest update. 4,755,954 days ago. Holy, how long is that? Hold on. 4,700,000. Wait. 755,954. 13,065 years. Holy hell. Abnormal vital signs detected. Loading restoration module. Restoring. Did I wake up too early or too late? What stage has Originium reached? Searching Originium inspection history data. No response. Originium inspection module is disconnected. Terra. Why save all these redundant information? This isn't recorded in the database. A new language, a new civilization is born. It's just me. What about her? Priestess, Oh, she speaks the language. I can't answer your question. I saved those data in PRTS in advance. You? A hint of familiarity, perplexity, and vigilance flashed in the eyes of the person stuck in the past. Calcet senses it from the glare of the person in the sarcophagus. Likewise, Theresa senses Calcet's nervousness. Wait. You've changed a fair bit. Doctor recognizes her. The person inside the sarcophagus feels like they have just woken up from a short dream. Short? The life form that bid them farewell prior to sleep. Wait, what? The person inside the sarcophagus feels like they have just woken up from a short dream. The life form that bid them farewell prior to sleep is still here by their side. Calcit? But you've never left. No. From the moment I felt I left this place until now. When I am standing here before you again. I have wandered for thousands of years. However, I have never forgotten the question you left at me. Calcet waits uneasily. She needs to make sure. She needs to make sure that her hope has not gone through some kind of horrible change. That was not a question. That was what I looked forward to. Then, have you found the meaning of your life yet? Calcet, Discovering the meaning and the continuation of life. It's a path that I will have to keep walking. You still remember. I still remember. To me, it was like yesterday when we said goodbye to each other. But it also seemed like an eternity. But to you, there was never a moment when I forgot all you have done for me. Aside from my life, you granted me one other thing that I found most precious. Freedom, Doctor. Please, just Doctor will do, Calcit. Let me get out first. You're still very weak. I can help. No need. Calcit, I still have many questions. What has become of Originium? I couldn't find any records. It still grows on the continent outside. So I woke up too early. A lot of new cow expressions. You've suffered, Calcit. I can tell from your eyes. You woke me up because you need my help. Yes, we need your help. I see. That devil? I can see from your friend behind you that not only has Originium found an unexpected way to exist, she also possesses, yes, Civilite Eterna. The course of the civilization is very complicated. What's her name? Does your civilization have anything like that that's used to refer to individuals? Theresa. Theresa. The awakened one walks up to Theresa and holds out two arms, showing the palms of those hands. Oh. Theresa extends her hands to lightly hold the hands of the one from the past. The doctor feels warmth. Yes, Theresa. This is the moment two civilizations make contact with one another. Yet Theresa can see sadness in the eyes of this doctor from eras long gone. And she feels no warmth from the hands she is holding. Originium and you, together. You speak our language? I learned from records, not hard. Unbelievable. I was thinking about learning your language. Calcit said, my world is lost. Languages of the past should stay in the past. I'm curious about your kind. You find and even entered Civilite Eterna. I want to ask you everything about your civilization. That's the only way I can find traces of my world, the world of the past. I understand. Doctor, is that how you say it? Please forgive me. Keep holding my hands. I will show you. The doctor cannot help but be attracted to the eyes of this creature that looks like a devil. Through her eyes, the one who lost the world sees life. Civilization is born from the instincts of living beings. It's a survival of the fittest. Natural selection. This is how the cycle of life is formed. A burning beast accidentally fell beneath the ice pushes a small cub from the water with his head. The small burning beast staggers on the ice and walks towards the hunters who are waiting afar with their bait. It's coming this way. Get ready. The hunter grabs the starving burning beast cub before the ice cracks underneath them. Good. At least we managed to save one. Rebellion. Going against our survival instincts is the catalyst of our civilization's evolution. And curiosity. Curiosity is what we burn our lives away for. The staircase that allows our civilization to proceed forward. A pioneer chasing the stars is pushing forward with his fallen ally on his back. You dipshit. Why can't you keep at it for just one more day? The newspaper already said that it was the crashed aircraft of the Wrights, not a shooting star. We just had to get to the bottom of it. Oh, Chris's parents. They were failures who crashed from the sky. What was it to risk your life for? Those rocks that fell onto the land? What did you want to prove to me? I too once saw within the black crown the sun getting engulfed, with darkness shrouding the whole continent. But even in its darkest hours, there were still those who tried to light up the night. It's still black. The sun really is dead. The sun's been dead for too long. We gotta save it. If the sun doesn't live, how are we going to hold our tail thickness contest? But how? We climb the tallest mountain and raise the torch up high to light it back up. What if our arms get tired? Then we'll build a statue of me, and my statue will hold the torch up instead. Good idea. We can build my statue next to yours to hold up another torch too. Then if your torch goes out, my torch can light yours. With fire comes light, and it is light that guides us towards hope. And my kin see death as a different interpretation of hope. After your body's destruction, to become one with the city within the soul's furnace's flame is an honor bestowed only on those who are most respected. They will grow as originium crystals and become one with Castel. The newborn will grow among the fluttering dust and continue to march forward with hardships until amidst the chorus of the myriad souls. Progress mixed with ignorance. The cycle continues and repeats over and over. So beautiful. So nostalgic. You're kind. Terra seems to have gotten back on the right track and achieving enlightenment. How is ignorance defined, and how do we prove the progress of enlightenment? The way I see it, all this is part of our civilization. But the things you showed me, most of them are extremely different compared to your race. Conquerors and the conquered, both have been branded with inerasable marks by this land throughout the evolution of civilization. For the sake of survival, I believe that all discrepancies will be unified, and all clans will become one. In the future that I envision, all the many lands will become one. That's a stirring belief. It's admirable. I can feel that you truly love this great land. Be it discrimination, war, or disaster, the object of your love has long surpassed an individual or a clan. But if you surpass the extremes of civilization you belong to, no one will be able to comprehend your love. On the contrary, they will loathe you. Do you understand what you will have to go through to reach the future you strive for? If there is no choice but to walk that path, I will gladly do so. Theresa, a Terran. No wonder Calcet trusts you. She willingly took the risk to wake me in order to help you. Right. When every era comes to an end, there are always those who try their hardest to change the tide in the final moments. But most of the time, their stories don't end well. Nevertheless, there's no doubt that you have my admiration. After all, on a certain level, you are very similar to some people that I knew. I will never get to see them again. Perhaps I'll need some more time to get my thoughts in order. But no matter. I think I should listen to what you two have to say first. What do you need me to do? Doctor, you need a rest. I'm fine. Calcet, she's giving me lots of surprises, but on top of that, she's giving me even more challenges. Sorry, I mean confusion. I still don't have a very good grasp of the Sarkaz language. I saw a lot of unexpected things in her. Surely you did too. I made enemies with her, came to know her, began to understand her wish, and finally admired her responsibility. That black crown shared with Arisa the long history and experience it bears, and she too slowly gained foresight that no other can attain. I felt perhaps this would be our best chance, with her, with Babel, and with Terra. With Terra. You too are part of this great land now, Kasset. I hope you would take this journey with us too. Right. I envy you, and I trust you, Kasset. But I am just a researcher. Perhaps the help I can offer won't be as significant as you hoped. Oripathy, catastrophe, disasters that we have no methods to resist have been bringing many hardships to these lands. Yet Terra's technology is almost entirely built atop the foundation that is Originium. Fighting over energy, the discrimination against the infected, and the estrangement between warring races are all further tearing these lands apart. We tried, but our efforts yielded very little. That's because we know practically nothing about Originium. We know nothing about this great land. What happened to the sky and ocean? Where did the ancient ruins come from? How exactly were we born? We hope you'll be able to find answers for us. Surely, Kalset must have already shared some of those with you. As for Originium, I'm sorry to say that the person I am now can't give you a good answer. At the very least, not an answer to everything. When I woke up, I tried to access the logs, tracking Originium's progress, but strangely, there was nothing. And this glimpse of Terra that you showed me has made me even more confused. The development of Originium has taken a completely different turn from what I expected. I need some time. Huh. I need to explore and see this great land for myself, to understand how exactly Originium has influenced culture, life, and environment. This could take years, perhaps longer. And maybe, after an enormous amount of energy is expended, you will receive only a most disappointing answer. I once made a promise to somebody. Thinking about it now, perhaps all I ever felt myself or her was regret. That's why I won't make a promise lightly, Kalset. Forgive me. In that case, we will wait. Oh, she's smiling. No matter what your answer will be, Babel will last to the day of your return, Doctor. Thank you. Well, sorry, but I'm a little hungry. PRT has shown me that the land shop has a temporary cafeteria. That it does, but it might be a little messy there. How about I take you? Thank you, Theresa, but no. This place has special meaning to me too. Let me walk there, slowly, by myself. Okay, be careful, Doctor. The awakening has given the Doctor a lot of pressure, but it would seem this one is quick to adapt, and much quicker than I expected. The Doctor wants to learn all there is to learn about Terra. A quick learner too, it seems. If the children were like the Doctor, perhaps they would have the chance to master even more languages and travel to so many places across Terra. Theresa, you should go back and look for the others. There should be plenty of Babel affairs that need the chairman herself too. Theresa? Kalset, there's something bothering me. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I want to tell you. The Doctor seems to be very surprised by the look of Terra as it is today. You once told me that nobody has a better understanding of Originium than the Doctor. The same Doctor who said that the development of Originium took a completely different turn from the expected. Then what should have Originium have been like? What should have these lands have been like? Good questions. What should the Sarkaz have been like? Is the Doctor ready to depart? Right. The Doctor applied for a transport, some defensive weapons, and nothing else. The Doctor stated in intent to avoid combat zones. Alright, we'll just abide the Doctor's wishes. Your Highness, I would like to follow this Doctor of ours, considering the background involved. I am worried. Ascalon, have you ever left Casdell? Left? If we count how I once chased a quarry and left the area when I was small, then I most certainly have. That doesn't count. Go, follow and protect the doctor, but do not interfere. I will keep a close eye. No, Ascalon, calm down. I don't want you to keep an eye on anyone. I want you to go out there and see how the people in other lands live. This is a great opportunity. How they live? Outside our homeland, neither war nor suffering is part of people's daily lives. Food, fashion, arts, culture. We could have so much. Many of us know this fact, but even more of us choose to ignore this fact. Because most of the time, we don't have the freedom to choose. Don't give me that look, Ascalon. Listen to me. At first, you followed me because you oppose Theresa's measures. But what about after this division is over? What will you do then? What will be the next step for the countless Arknights who share the same idea as you? That's why you need to take a break from the war and see the sights beyond our homeland. See the life that we should have lived. If that is your wish. It is. Have a safe trip. Ooh, what a cutscene. There will be no reconciliation. I have never shied away from violence. Dear Calcit, got to receive your letter. Hope you and everyone in Babel are well. A couple of months ago, I rescued a girl by the name of Mia from a convoy that had met with misfortune. The accident killed her parents and afflicted her with oropathy. The locals deal with orphan oropathy patients by putting them in a car and driving them into the wastes. I had no choice but to take her with me. We had become fellow travelers by chance. You can't imagine my panic and helplessness as I took care of her. Fortunately, a woman who goes by the name of Savage has joined our little band, which has helped take some of the burden off me. A shadow leaps out of the dunes in the moonlight. Small Mia. Hey, go away. Don't come any closer. You seem to have made them even more excited, Mia. Oh, don't worry, Doctor. I can deal with this. Mom and Dad taught me how to chase the sand beast away. All you need to do is imitate the sound of their natural enemies. Chirp, chirp. Wait, that wasn't right. Was it chip, chip? It's still not right. What was it again? Ow, cuckoo, tick-tock. That's not right either. It's okay, Amia. I'll take care of this. The doctor makes a ring with a thumb and index finger and whistles, producing a strange sound. Wow, Doctor. That was just like the real thing. Let me try. Amia presses her tiny hand against her lips, but used too much force and only gets a sound out after getting all red and puffy in the face. A pair of whistles echoes across the wastes, sending the sand beast scurrying underground. A child's laughter replaces the whistles. Then the laughter fades away to silence, and a soft little sigh. Come here, Mia. Why the sudden look? The sand beast ran off. I could never remember, even after Mom and Dad taught me so many times, and I couldn't protect you, even though I said I would. Your hand's still wounded. It hasn't fully healed. Don't worry, it doesn't hurt. Anyways, don't you remember? It was you who taught me how to make that sound. I did? You see, like I told you, your brain slows down and you start to forget things if you don't sleep. I don't want to sleep. I'm scared that I'll dream of those things. But you told me you dream of your parents too. We have some time before our ride gets here. Have some sleep. Can I come closer? When I wake up, The first thing I want to see is you. Of course. Why don't I tell you a few stories while we wait for Savage? A long time ago, there was a really smart scientist. Her home was in danger, and she made a difficult choice to protect it and the people around her. Well, that sounds like a true story. Doctor, I found a vehicle. We're able to go to the next... Shh, she's sleeping. Dear Cassette, I was led to find signs of life wherever I went. This should be an unfamiliar world. Yet there are times when it feels incredibly familiar. I recall the legends that had fascinated me in the past, never failing to capture my imagination despite their age. The ancient machines that had rumbled in the mines and dust once again roamed this land. Stories can become reality, and the reality we see can become stories. You can come over, Amiya. No need to keep poking your head out from there. Are you drawing, Doctor? Am I interrupting? Of course not. Take a look. Is it good? It's the mining truck we just drove together. I've been drawing lots of our experiences. Have you driven a mining truck before? Even the old miners can't go as fast as you did. I've seen many amazing vehicles before, like Iridium slug eggs, but much larger. Once I drove one of them and went through the bridge between stars. Like Iridium slug eggs, but much larger. Huh. The bridge between stars? It's always dark at night, so it must have been really dark. Was it dangerous? No. Guides stand by the bridge, borrowing glowing clouds from old stars and making round mirrors out of them. Follow the path the mirrors show, and we can see the spires fading in and out of the clouds, and the crown of flowers worn by the stars on the other side of the bridge. When we descend on the crown, you'll find that it belongs to good children like you. It's a really, really big playground. A playground? I've read about them in the stories. There are lots of children there. Do you want to play with other children? No. I just want to play with you, Doctor. You'll make more friends as you grow up. As I grow up. What's the most amazing vehicle you've ever driven? The most amazing? Well, I spent a very long time with it. Very long indeed. Was there anything else with you? Anyone else? In the beginning, yes. In the end, though, I was alone. But it's alright. I was sleeping. I slept for a very long time. Take me with you next time. That way I can keep you company and you won't have to sleep all day. Why are you laughing, Doctor? That's a big promise to make. Are you sure? You'll have your own journey, your vision, your future. Are you sure you want to be with me? But they all say that there's no future for people with rocks on them. So, I'll always be with you. We'll have a future, Amiya. Oh. How's Amiya doing? Still not great? Still a bit of a fever. Maybe neuropathy complications from all the excitement. Hard to find neuropathy meds around these parts. She acts like it's nothing during the day, but keeps having nightmares. Poor girl. Every survivor of that accident was infected, no exceptions. How long does it take for neuropathy to progress in a child her age? It's different for everyone. Some disintegrate the day after developing acute symptoms. Some suffer for more than a decade of misery. But the end is always the same. Neuropathy. Is there anyone in the world who can cure it? The world? Oh, you mean Terra, our great land? Man, you sound like one of those old scholars. I didn't know you had a sense of humor. Wait, you're serious? I'm afraid not. It's impossible. I need it to be possible. People couldn't imagine nomadic cities a few centuries ago, could they? I'll find a way. Before its symptoms deteriorate, it may be hard, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. Say it to a Rim Billy, and they think you're making fun of him. You never fail to surprise me, but I just can't help but believe in you. Is that the charm of being smart? Come on, Charlotte. I meant you. Never mind. What? Oh, I meant... Can't you tell? There's something about you. Something that lets everyone know that you're different from us. Amiya senses it. Children are more sensitive than we know. Is it that obvious? She's strong. She doesn't show her sadness in front of you. She wants you to see her joy. She doesn't want to be a burden to you. She's trying to take care of you. Still true today. You become the only pillar in her life the day you saved it. Became. But she knows you were never supposed to cross paths. She's afraid that you'll abandon her too. Don't worry. I won't leave her. Now that's the spirit. I knew you would say that. Dear Cassette, I thought I would never be more a passing visitor in this place. I thought I would never be more of a passing visitor in this place. One history will never remember. This intentional isolation made me forget reality. I am here, on Terra, this great land. I don't know what made me feel it, but the warmth of life coming from a child's palm stings my heart and makes it burn. This is jerky and fruit, left here on purpose. They know I'm here? Always inscrutable. Dear Cassette, I'm planning to take Amiya back to Babel. Savage has done her best to find medicine for Amiya, but my ability to treat Amiya's oropathy has limited under present conditions. I know that Amiya isn't special by any objective standard. I know that Babel faces a crisis no less complicated, but I've decided to bring her back. I met many people along the way. I've fretted over money at times, benefited from people's generosity at others. I've seen new things, even some that surprised me for the first time in a long while. The convoy that we were traveling with broke down. We found a hurdle to guide us through the wilderness of Rimbilliton on the backs of burden beasts, to the rumbling of drills and engines. Good boy, good boy. Are we really not going to Yan, Doctor? We're going somewhere else to cure your sickness. But there's no cure for oropathy. There's no such thing as an impossible puzzle, Amiya. There's a place called Babel, where people I trust are working hard to fight this disease. Let's work with them. Will I have to spend a long time there? Sometime at least, but don't worry. There'll be a lot of people with you, caring for you. I'll be there too. Doctor, do we really have to go? Lots of sick kids went away to get treated, but no one came back. Oropathy doesn't hurt at all. I promise I'll be good, Doctor. Right, Savage? Yes, Amiya's always been a good girl. Are you sure you don't want to rethink this, Doctor? Billies deal with Originium every day. We know what oropathy can do. Stay here in Rimbilliton, and at least we can give her a home. Maybe that's more important than the cold walls of a laboratory. A home. You have a point. But I can't just stand by and watch Originium hurt her. I have an obligation. Amiya, I promise you, I'll do my best to cure you, no matter what happens. Doctor. Savage does have a point though, and Babel is in a place that's not entirely safe. You can't stay with Savage if you don't want to leave Rimbilliton. I'm sorry to force this decision on you at such a young age, but you're a strong girl, and we'll respect your choice. The doctor's right, Amiya. No need to knee-jerk an answer. Think carefully about it. I trust you, Doctor. I want to have a future. I want to grow up, read books with you, travel with Savage. It's just that I'm a little scared. Thank you, Amiya. The doctor pats Amiya's head, then picks her up and climbs onto the birded beast. They've hardly sat down when the ground begins to shake, stirring up clouds of dust. What's going on? Underneath our feet. Must be a deep digger. It's spooking the burden beast. Watch out. Stay, boy, stay. Whoa. Whoa. Hang in there, Doctor. Doctor! The burn beast reaches up on its hind legs, gives a loud cry, and then charges forward. The rest of the pack follows. They return towards a shallow shoal, splashing water everywhere. It is all the doctor can do to grab the fur on the back of the murder beast and hang on for dear life. Amiya's eyes are wide open in the chaos. With one hand on the burning beast, she stretches out the other towards the doctor. Grab my hand, doctor. I have to get to... Whoa! Hang on, it's speeding up. I'm trying. Hang in there, doctor, I'm coming. Hurry. And there he goes. In the end, I was thrown from the back of a burning beast into the water. My hindquarters and back burned with pain, and I gagged on the water rushing into my nose. But it also made me feel like I was truly living on this land, after spending almost half a year traveling across it. I heard the sound of my life surging. Summer 1091. Casdale. No more messenger stations from here on. Villages become sparse and bandits become frequent. I'm afraid we have to part ways here, Savage. Why? The region ahead is in turmoil. You'll be in danger if the mercenaries spot you. You and Amiya will be in danger too, won't you? I'll be fine. I've come this far. I'll see your journey through to the end. Charlotte. Thank you. The cactus's eyes quiver at the mention of her real name. She glances at the doctor. A few months is neither long nor short. True, it comprised only a tiny part of her lifetime. But it was also a span of a few hundred days, filled with countless unforgettable experiences. Under the setting sun, before the sand beast, beneath the eaves, upon this land. She had enjoyed the journey, even if she never fully understood her quiet companion, and the many strange and curious ideas that companion had. The cowardice who goes by the name of Savage sighs. What can she do? She is not as smart as the doctor. Will you come and visit, Savage? Of course. The doctor said Babel's new base is being worked on by Billy engineers, right? Maybe we'll see each other soon. Then I'll be waiting for you, Savage. Good girl, Amiya. Now, though, I need to figure out how to take you and the doctor through the wilderness. You and Amiya stay here and rest for a while, Doctor. I'll see if the transport hub ahead has any good vehicles for hire. Ascalon. Doctor. Whoa! Do we have time to say goodbye? The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it gets. The cottage girl seems rather determined. It's better for both of you to part ways here. I suppose you're right. We won't wait for Savage? Sometimes, Amiya, we have to do bad things for good reasons. We don't want Savage to be in danger, do we? But she doesn't want to leave you. It's rude to leave without saying goodbye, but that way, Savage won't face danger. I promise we'll get to see her again. Can I leave a note for Savage? She'll be worried if she comes back to find us gone. Good thinking. Go ahead and write one. Okay. Her Highness wants to meet with you. Alone. Are things not going well? How's Kassit? Now is not the time. We'll leave once the girl has written her note. Alright. Can we trouble you with the note? Certainly. I'll leave it where she is sure to read it. Dude, Doctor is totally dad. To Amiya. Whoa. Unblockable.
ESW の皆さんの顔に泥を塗るわけにはいきません。
了解です。効率け。
I've arrived.
命令一撃を食らえ。
治療の準備。効率け。Everyone, follow me.
Right. Oh shit.
追跡開始。Thrust. 効率け。
What's up?
Everyone, follow me.
うん
倒れろ。倒れろ。
Wait, did this come out?
Everyone, follow me.
What's up? Oh, sword, pierce the moonlight that veils the night.
倒れろ。Everyone, follow me.
Oh, that didn't work.
命令を。倒れろ。
目標地点に到着しました。お後もしません。
効率け。Everyone, follow me.
これでいいだろう。
Huh. Well, is there, how many chains do you need? Okay. Let's do this.
ダメ。緊急治療を。
総員に次ぐ。これは訓練ではない。Leave it to us. あいつら、もう二度と明日の太陽を見る機会はないかもね。Just as planned. Everyone, follow me. 治療の準備を。
ここです。喧嘩しないでよ。
Oh, so it still links to the normal tiles. Okay, okay, okay.
I've arrived.
これでいいだろう。
How am I gonna get this top guy though? Oh, that's becoming an issue.
Everyone, follow me. Out of my way.
What's up? Oh, sword, pierce the moonlight that veils the night.
チャンスは怒ってる。
Not enough damage.
痛い。ポプカル怪我した。カタパルトお姉さん。出発の時間だって。 そうだ
Everyone.
Oh shit, no fucking.
治療の準備
倒れろ 倒れろ
命令がこのハルバードの鋭さは伊達じゃありませんよ
Everyone, follow me.
このまま行く。
倒れろ
Just as planned.
早く亡霊だってお前を救えないさ命令があるとお当てもしません
凍りつけ
Everyone, follow me.
なんでしょう一撃を食らえ 早く
了解 Here. Oh, come on. I already have enough work to deal with.
ここです なんでしょうかお当てもしません
任せる。
了解です倒れろ
待機中だ。しっかりしろ。
I'm not sure how to deal with this guy on top.
Oh, sword, pierce the moonlight that veils the night.
Ready for action.
凍りつけ
Oh shit.
喧嘩しないでよ目を覚ましてくださいそうです怖がらないでくださいそうだ
There you go.
Accomplished.
Those guys are gonna be annoying in the EX stages, I feel. How's progress, Closure? The last thing I need is another core systems control failure. Well, since you had to bring it up, I might have run into a little problem. Even with the tricks you taught me, the encryption methods used by many of PRTS's programs are almost incomprehensible to a normal brain, and my decoder isn't fully compatible yet. We might not be able to shut the system down before the doctor arrives on the ship. Try again. If you're not confident about getting it done, then we'll go to the contingency plan, cutting off power to the entire ship. Leave it to me. Seems like you're still keeping a lot of secrets, though. I've never seen anyone make you so nervous. That's not important. What's important is making sure that nothing happens to the ship. Huh. Ascalon report says the doctor looks like an ordinary person, a pretty decent one too, who picked up a stray little goddess and carried her all across the land. Do we really have to be so on edge? It's not the doctor that I fear. Then what is it? You don't need to know yet. Wipe the doctor's boarding records. It is for the safety of both the doctor and Babel. The others don't know that the doctor exists until the doctor and Theresa have reached a conclusion. They don't need to know that the doctor exists. Alright, I'll work at it. But I wonder why he seems to care a lot about this doctor, at the same time that you're so on guard over the whole thing. I've got it. The doctor must have dirt on you. Don't bother, you won't find it. Come on, why so serious? What about the girl? Same conclusion, no change. I cross-checked all relevant Rimbeltonian records and had scout-checked informants inside the military commission. Amia's background comes through clean. Her parents were killed when the convoy transporting the laser binding module got attacked. The attack itself was purely coincidental. No one knew they were transporting Sarkaz-related cargo, and the military commission wasn't involved. She must have gotten infected in the mess. If not for the doctor, she'd be spending the rest of her life suffering in Rimbiliton. I'll handle the girl's examination and treatment when she's on board. You're still concerned about her? Yes, I am. She's too young. And she hasn't had proper treatment since contracting oropathy. Oh, that kind of concern. I don't want the doctor's kindness to be the reason for delaying her treatment. Plus, Cerisa would call her a gentle child who has the right to choose her future. Amia. Let me sleep. Where are we? Doctor? Doctor? The doctor's here. Wake up, sleepyhead. You're almost home. Home? In her half-awake state, Amia feels a warm fingertip brush her cheek. That tickles. Don't do that. Whoa. Who are you? I'm Teresa. Teresa. The doctor talked about you. Oh? What did the doctor say? I don't remember. I was having a great carrot cake at the time, though. Teresa should smell nice, be really warm and sweet. What about now? Is she as you imagined her? Yeah, smells good, warm and sweet. Doesn't smell like carrots though. Not fully awake, I see. Will you come home with us, Amia? Home? Yeah, okay. Bunui. Outside Rose Island of Babel. The tiny kite asleep soundly in Theresa's arm, leaning against her neck. She pats Amia on the back and turns towards the doctor, who is clearly tired. Thank you, Theresa. I didn't expect you to come pick us up personally. Looks like you're not quite all-knowing, Doctor. You have much to learn when it comes to childcare, at least. Sure enough. You look different from when you left, Doctor. How was the journey? I saw a lot and learned a lot. There are plenty of interesting things on this great land. I also met Amia. It was a miracle that I was able to save her. Amia, she's even cuter than your letter said. Poor girl, but fortunate in some way. Her condition is getting worse. I needed to bring her in for treatment. How has Babel been in the time that I was away? Not quite smooth sailing. We have a lot to deal with, but not everything needs to be handled right away. You must be tired after your journey. Get some rest. Thank you, Theresa. Amia, we're home. Doctor? Did I fall asleep? Oh, Amia, you're awake. Why don't you come down? Theresa will get tired if she has to keep holding you. Amia nods and jumps down from Theresa's arms. Will you hold my hand, Amia? Doctor? It's alright. Theresa is my friend. You can trust her. You'll be spending a lot of time with her from now on. Okay. Is this Babel? Yes. It's so big. Even bigger than those mining plates. So this is where you used to live. I spent a long time here. A very long time. Is this your home? Yes, Amia. This is the doctor's home. Right, doctor? Yes. It's your home now, too. Will you let us help the doctor take care of you? Alright. I'll go wherever the doctor goes. Nice. They step onto the elevator, and the Babel logo appears before their eyes. The heavy door opens to welcome them in. Sensing Amia's unease, Teresa puts a hand on her shoulder. What's behind the door? People waiting to welcome you, and the doctor. Are you sure about taking me and the girl in, Teresa? Why shouldn't I be? I'm glad to have more people calling Babel their home. Many here don't know you though, so I'm sure you'll be busy for the next few days. How should I present myself? Good question. You should talk to Calcit first. She's been waiting for you. Tell her your concerns, your questions, and the secrets in your heart. She will be very sad if you didn't. You could have. If you really want the King of Sarkas to reveal the thoughts that you're loath to tell, I will. But I can feel you're still wavering. Let's go, Amiya. Doctor. We'll go to her. Amiya. You're Amiya, aren't you? Yes. Calcit crashes down and gives the girl a candy. Thank you for protecting the doctor throughout the journey, Amiya. Thank you, Dr. Calcit. Will you fetch Theresa? We need to do some checks on you. Will they hurt? A little, but the doctor's letter called you a brave girl. Will the doctor be with me? Of course. The doctor has some things to do first, though. It's alright, Amiya. Just wait for me here in the ward. I'll be back very soon. Okay. You need to do a full checkup later too, doctor. Alright. Doctor. Yes? Do you plan on leaving again? No. I think I've traveled enough. If you made up your mind, I'll respect your decision. If nothing else, you're concerned about Amiya's health, even though she was a complete stranger to you. There's no fundamental difference between these new lives and us. I'm glad. Glad that you chose hope in the end. Welcome back, Doctor. How's Amiya? Blood originium levels are high. Currently available inhibitors are not sufficient to stabilize your condition. We need to develop new drugs. I need time and resources. Babels are yours to use, Doctor. We're happy to share our research on neuropathy with you. What can I help you and Calcit with in exchange? This is not a transaction. It's one of the core missions of Babel, to do everything in our power to help everyone suffering from neuropathy. Since the day that Calcit woke you up, I was convinced you would help with all of this, just as you helped Amiya. Thank you. Now, perhaps, I have a chance to ask you this question, Doctor. How do you view this land, Terra? I don't think it's my place to judge. There's no such thing as superior or inferior civilizations. It took a long and hard journey for Terra to evolve to where it is today. And to that sick joke that Originium has played on life. You said that Originium did not develop the way you expected. It wasn't supposed to bring such suffering. I sense that you are keeping secrets, but there's nothing false about the sorrow coming from deep within your heart. The sorrow that I can't understand. I want to fix this mistake, but I'm powerless to do so. At the end of the day, civilizations largely progress in similar ways. It all comes to an inevitable endpoint, however bright its light shines at its peak. But Calcit said you didn't give up hope, even in your final days. I had many friends, even in those last days, who faced difficulties far greater than you can imagine, with courage and hope that is every bit your equal. But they failed and faded away, without exception. We haven't known each other that long, Theresa. I want to know, why do you do all this? What is the end that Babel seeks to in compromising with the military commission? There's something I want to show you, Doctor. We had to ask you about Originium sooner or later. That's why Calcit woke you up. Please, come and see the results of my brief time at work. Oh. We're almost there. This place is barren, even by the standards of a catastrophe-heavy region, but Closure has spent time and effort to maintain this dangerous little trail. A forked trail in the midst of Originium formations. You're not keeping any fewer secrets than I am, Theresa. A king of Sarkas has to have a few secrets, right? Don't tell anyone what you see here. What we see. Oh, that's a pretty CG. A long trek through the original filled wasteland leads to a small garden. In the heart of a catastrophe, amidst the ruins on a nameless plain that neither night nor the stars can find. Tiny white specks marks this little sanctuary, isolated from the rest of the world and the wild lands around it. Even the winds seem softer here. It is a forgotten greenhouse that harkens back to a time in the distant past when the land was still pure and untainted. Like when man stole fire from up above and lit up a corner of the night sky. Teresa picks up a white flower. This place represents the cutting edge of Babel and my research into Originium. Come on. Flowers? No. Originium. I'm sure you understand it's not Originium arts that made these flowers bloom. The information inherited in Originium, the reversal of the assimilated universe. You've already come this far? When did... No race understands Originium better than the Sarkas. Still, what we know is merely the tip of the iceberg compared to the entirety of Originium. Even with Calcite helping us understand the nature of Originium, the furthest we have gone is transforming a palm-sized piece of active Originium into this. Garden. Hope. This little flower is my small contribution. I need your help, Doctor. I want to see the day when flowers cover the cliffs and valleys of Kazdel and all the lands beyond. It's a future worth taking risks for. You've seen how Kazdel has been mired in war for its entire history, Doctor. Right now, at least, I want to use the power of Originium to create a home for Kazdel, where people can live in peace, safe from war and invasion. In the more distant future, if we're able to fully harness it, we'll be able to change the entire face of Terra. If catastrophes don't bring the rain of Originium, but soft, fluffy clouds. If the infected no longer suffer the pain of rocks growing out of them. I don't suppose there's anyone who would have such an absurd dream. You're different from the other Sarkaths, Teresa. Flowers that cover the entire land. What a picture of life that would be. Doctor? Why? Why this flower? Oh, there's no particular reason. I just happened to come across it outside the valley when I was looking for a good place for my experiments. A pure coincidence. Calcit said it had a name, Snow in Summer. But it's adapted to changes over the years. Perhaps we could give it a new name. What do you think, Doctor? A new path is opening up. A path to self-destruction. Huh? Can you hear me, Teresa? I'm listening. I was giving the doctor at Torvar. Urgent news from Kazdel. It concerns Victoria. Here we go. Fires of uprising. Some Sarkas continue to seek a path of peace. Your Highness Theresis, Regional Kazdel, Commandant General of the Military Commission. Wandering scholars have brought back tales of a new nomadic city on the rise in the distant desert. The fires of the ancient furnace continue to burn, and the once scattered mercenaries have flocked to one banner, to the city walls that grow taller by the day. Your strength and reputation have caught the attention of the Duke of Cavendish. You have changed the way we view the Sarkas tribes. Perhaps now is the time to set prejudices aside and engage in sincere sharing and cooperation that will be beneficial to us both. I, the Duke of Cavendish, hereby invite you to visit my demesne, where we may sit and parley. Our vulnerable empire has use for you and your brave warriors. Yeah, we saw how that turned out. Dumbass. One more time. I have to do this. No point talking about curing neuropathy if I can't do something so simple. Ah. Still no good. Excuse me. Why don't you put that medkit down? Leave this up to us. Alright. Sometime in the gym will do you good once you've recovered. For real. At present, there's no way for you to match the physical prowess of a Terran through training. Your talents are better employed outside of manual labor. I know, it's just that, you know, I have my pride too. You've looked on edge since that day. I'm thinking about Theresa. Traveling along to a city under enemy control isn't the most logical course of action for a leader. The warriors with her may be outstanding, but they're not enough to protect her in the face of an entire army. The King of Sarkas enjoys unimaginable status in Sarkas tradition, and Theresa's own achievements are well recognized. The military commissioner will not act rashly. But Victoria's invitation to Kazdel cannot be taken as a sign of goodwill. It means that Terra's power have once again set their sights on Kazdel. Theresa needs to go to Kazdel and make it clear that she will not permit Kazdel to become embroiled in another war. Even if I know how the military commission and Babel came into being, in my understanding, the Sarkas can hardly afford the internal conflict that would drain them of what little resources they have left. They have enough to deal with as it is. They have a complicated history, and that brings different attitudes towards outsiders. The Sarkas people have a right to choose the path they believe is correct, Theresa's or Theresa's. Looks like we got a lot to deal with besides neuropathy. There's a big difference between knowing and understanding, I guess. Looks like there's much I still need to learn about the history of Terra. This time, you'll be the one to guide me, cuss it. Of course. Can we do... All we can do right now is make sure that neuropathy patients at Rose Island have access to proper treatment. What's going on? An attack now? Oh. Word is Her Highness has set out. Listen up. We exalt only Her Highness. Destroy Babel, and she will return to the embrace of Kazdel. If we're branded traitors, so be it. But the regent must not be hindered at this crucial juncture. Kazdel will take back all that we have lost. May the Sarkas be united as Her Highness wills. Scar Market, Kazdel. Her Highness is coming. Her Highness? The one who's still on the run? His or her, it's not your place to talk shit. Ha! Say, did you take that job? Wouldn't pass up an opportunity like this if it's the last thing I did. Londinium, that den of scum. They say the columns in the feline palace are covered in gold, and the nobles walk on floors paved with glowing stones. Capital of a great empire, a commission from a grand duke. There's gonna be so much money. It's been a while, Ascalon. It's been so long since you last visited. Why not sit down and catch up for a bit? You're sending mercenaries to Londinium? Now, I must object to that accusation. People just follow the money, and the least of what the region has provided in Londinium. You're dragging Kazdel into another war. Dragging Kazdel into another war. You've been fooling around with those dreamers at Babel for so long that you forgot what it means to be a Sarkas. Since when have the Sarkas been apart from war? The giant's hand lunges forward. Ascalon is surprised to find that she cannot avoid his fist. Yeah. Seeing the future is hard. Seeing through what you would do next, less so. Do you think you were the child of destiny? So special that you could bridge the rift between the siblings? Think back to the day when you saw them for the first time. When you skinned that young mangler and followed the trail of blood through the wilderness until you walked into the storm and met the king of Sarkas. How did I know? Are you surprised, Escalon? I saw the prophecy and led the tribe on the wastes into the storm that day with game. You happened to be the one who lived. No one truly understands prophecy. No one can interfere with the future. But I wanted to catch the tail of fate. I wanted to make a prophecy. Theresis didn't kill you. Instead, he kept you and raised you. Maybe he wanted to tempt fate. But you never changed in all these years. You're still that poor lost child on the wastes. Have patience, Ascalon. You're not a threat to me yet, and I have higher hopes for you than this. Master said, your blade points at all the enemies of Sarkas. Theresis raised you to be a deathmonger, yet you understand less about him than a warmonger like me. Did you think Theresis will be content to be some puppet for those dukes? Spare your breath, if you don't know the full extent of his plan. I'm curious, how would you stand before Theresis if he was sitting in the room behind me right now? You're simply repeating the words of others on behalf of the one behind you. You seem to have put a lot of thought into this war. How many hostiles? Exact numbers unclear. We've detected hostiles in both in front of and behind us. A lot of them. Whether it was Theresa's intention or not, the other generals of the military commission seem intent to crush Babel while Theresa is absent. That way, the Sarkas won't have a choice. How many combat personnel do we have? The best soldiers went into negotiations with Her Highness. A good part of the remaining ones have been assigned to supply convoys. We only have less than 1/3 of our normal force. At the very least, we need to break through the roadblock ahead. Calcit, I'll take command. Doctor? If, as you said, this attack was launched by only a few members of the military commission, then they're undoubtedly planning to get this done in one go. We can't let them set the pace. Find out where their lines are thin, disrupt their rhythm, and we'll be safe. Have you fought a war before, Dr. Cyrenio? Not the flesh and blood kind, but I've been trained. I'm able to reconstruct a battlefield as a computable data model. Take the front line, Calcit. I know you'll be able to protect us. Of course. Welcome to the Scar Market, Your Highness. Things must be busy here lately. No need going against the will of the many, am I right, Your Highness? The voices of the few are worth respecting too. How many know nothing of what's happening in the lands beyond. Their lives will be turning upside down. They'll be without a home once again. I'm just a humble merchant. My business only stretches so far. Mercenaries seek to sell their lives. I seek to make money. That's why I always respect the positions of my big clients. Then I'll talk to your biggest client, the one in the room behind you. Your Highness should go no further. Since when have you started meddling in the affairs of Kazdel, Scar-Eye? All the more reason I can't let you go further. Well, please don't make this so difficult for Scar-Eye, Your Highness. You understand there's only one way this can go, if you and the Regent come face to face here. Confessarius. I beg Your Highness's pardon. Looks like you made a decision. Is this Theresis' position? It is. He has decided to abandon our city? Not abandon. Take a step forward. To go on a long expedition away from home. That's all. You have made us stagnant. We want to progress. The Confessarius is right. I still remember when you and General Theresis came here for the first time. Even fate itself stepped aside for the two of you when you stood together. But look at the people here now. When Kazdel is divided, you can still command any Sarkas to your will as their king, You can kill all of us who stand here right now, but why not ask them if they're still willing to follow your dream? The bustling Scar Market has lost its usual commotion. Scattered mercenaries stow their weapons and stand with heads bowed in reverence. In their eyes in silence, but the King of Sarkas hears the voices of their hearts clearly. Uncertainty, excitement, desire, anger. Most of you have made up your minds. Then there is no point for me to try to stop you. One of the Sarkas suddenly kneels. He has not changed his mind. He has not turned away from the temptation of Theresa's plan. He simply feels a sense of guilt towards Theresa, one of the 6 heroes, their king who rebuilt Kasdel. Kneel if you feel you should. Neither General Theresa's nor Lord Scarai will fault you. Ah, this ancient gesture signifies more than just fealty. I am more familiar with its other meaning. Penitence. That's a mouthful. Quisartstage. Quisartstage. I butchered that for sure. Have you found the meaning of your name? Not yet, Your Highness. Then forgive their sins as you must forgive yours. Theresis and I will carry all of your sins. As you bid, I bow to you, King of Sarkas. Oh, that's new music. In millennia of Sarkas history, it has always been an honor for warriors to go to war with their kings. They have tasted struggle and glory, picked themselves up from the bloodied soil. For the kings of Sarkas always stood in front of them, never abandoning their people. Where the kings point, that is where home is, where cities will emerge from the earth. Oh wow. Now though, they have abandoned their king. I promised a home of peace and safety, where Sarkas will be forever free from war. Before I set foot here, I had a sliver of hope that perhaps someone would follow me. But I saw fire in your eyes. I saw the city that none of you had seen with your own eyes burn. The ancient city comes in many shapes and forms in your eyes. A city of desire, a city of hatred, a city of wealth, a city of glory. You all believe you will plunder what you have longed for in that unfamiliar land. That's why I changed my mind. I decided to see Kasdel's bravest warriors off. Kasdel will embark on a pensive conquest for the first time in many years. I honor you, even though I never wanted you to take this step. You answered Theresis' call and dove into yet another campaign of hatred. Death awaits you far away from home. Yet you still choose to leave our home and go to Londinium. The sorrowful King of Sarkas walks among her people, who bow their heads to avoid her gaze. Yet their determination does not waver, even if it means defying the king. We're going. Voices rise and fall, as though the warriors are singing an elegy for themselves as they go to death. We exalt your highness, but we cannot follow you anymore. The regent promises that Londinium will be a new start. There lies the Sarkas' future. There lies our future. Take care of yourselves, my warriors, even if you will never return to Kasdel. The white figure passes through the parted crowd. The king's people are unmoved by her words. They no longer follow the king they once exalted. The other possibility for her people, the home full of flowers that she strived to build, did not come in time for the Sarkas. General, you knew this day would come. What do you think? Hesitate, and we've all worked for, and all we've worked for will be for naught. Your Highness did not hesitate, neither should we. Make your preparations then, Manfred. Do not forget the feelings that burn within you here and now, no matter what they are. kind of sad, ain't it? Secret entrance of Scar Market. No need to be down, Ascalon. More will join us when Babel grows strong enough to provide shelter for more people. We're being followed. Your Highness. Wait, Ascalon, she's not hostile. Well, that was a hard hit. Is that a sleeve blade? Anyway, Your Highness, I would like to leave with you, if that's okay with you. Thank you. What's your name? Julie. A nice name. One that's not often used by mercenaries. Did you make it up yourself? No, I don't have a name. Someone else gave it to me. She said having a name gives one a sense of belonging. She's right. Why not follow the rest of them to Londinium? I've had enough of fighting. She says Your Highness will bring about a life where we don't have to fight anymore. That's why I came to check it out for her. I wanted to challenge you before deciding whether to go with you, but I didn't even have the guts to raise my sword when you stood before me. You're a strong warrior, that's for sure. I wouldn't say that about myself when I'm standing in front of you. At least I could be sure that she wasn't playing me for a fool when she said you were once a great hero of Kasdale. A reason so simple is hard to believe. The red-haired mercenary scratches her head. Well, I guess I like the way you talked just now. Not sure I understood most of it though. Where's your friend? She can come too. She's already here. Her sword and her clothes. Maybe a little loose-fitting though. She was a strong warrior. Felt a little like this one over here. I'm a little something of a tailor. I could hem it for you. There's no need. I'm used to it. Let's go then, Julie. One moment, please, Your Highness. There are other mercenaries who want to go with you. Teresa looks towards the dark exit with Scarmoxet and sees a swaying speck of flame. One speck becomes two, two become three, and many more emerge from the darkness. The first torch-carrying mercenary steps into the sunlight and sees the white figure standing on top of the hill. He points forwards and walks towards Teresa without looking back. More and more follow him, the line seemingly without end. Just because we're used to battle doesn't mean we're willing to bury ourselves in a campaign with no end in sight. If there's another way to live, many of us are willing to take it. I heard some people are secretly recruiting the willing in Kasdale. There may be some there ready to join us. Although the journey through the wilderness would be a tough one. I'll make arrangements. Let's go, Julie. We have a lot to do. There are plenty of people for us to house after all. You're back. They've retreated. Outstanding work, Doctor. Cool. A group of medics hurry through the corridor, carrying several stretchers. Calcet turns to block them from the doctor's sight. The enemy was essentially making suicide attacks. It was inevitable that there would be casualties as we broke through. We lost fewer than we had any right to expect. How many did we lose? There was nothing wrong with how you commanded the operation. You don't need to be involved in the cleanup. Dr. Calcet, we're running low on plasma. I'll deal with coordination and surgery. Cal. The medics have already gone. The doctor's not sure whether the terrifying scene just now was a figment of the imagination, but the smell of blood simply would not go away. A sense of dizziness. I'm able to reconstruct the battlefield as a computable data model. But it's not numbers that fight a war. Living, breathing people are fighting for their survival. How long has it been since I... Doctor. First time seeing the blood and gore? You could say that. We don't have so many lives to waste in the wars I fought in the past. Treat yourselves to a sweet drink. They will make you feel better. I speak from experience. It's all thanks to your command that we were able to triumph against the overwhelming odds. Are your battles always like this? No. This is one of the easy ones. I'll gladly entrust my life to you, if it means our future battles will be so easy. Is war really the only way? You're not the first to ask that question. But this attack is only a sign of things to come. No one knows what the future holds. I have great expectations of you, our tactical genius. R.I.P. Scout. The history books will record that the two Sarkaz rulers declared war on each other in the winter of 1091, causing open hostilities to break out between military commission and Babel. For the Sarkaz themselves, however, the civil war had begun in 1086, when isolated conflicts started to escalate rapidly. The 2 centuries of peace that Castel had enjoyed had come to an end. Oh, things are huge. They look like capybaras.
Leave it to us. Hey. Thrust.
I've arrived.
Oh, I'm probably gonna need a stronger squad for this. Yeah, that ain't happening.
作戦の失敗は全て私の責任だ。
What do I want to change?
Upon changing armaments, my combat style will also be obliged to adapt.
今の私はロドスの
Getting this crew together wasn't easy. You better make them count.
Go throwing Cal for the lower accuracy.
I understand the objective you've set. There's a mission? I want to go!
Let's see. Which insect is falling into my trap?
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
泣き叫べ。その脆い信念のもとで。
You lot stay up there if it gets risky.
I'm listening.
泣き叫べ。
I have to get serious now.
Don't keep your knuckles to mask the scent of despair.
Got my book and that's as far as you go.
震え上がる。真の勇敢さを前に。
Same battlefield, different day.
Your lives are mine to protect. ここにひざまずくのです。
I know what to do. Don't
自分のための戦いを。
I'm hearing movement.
震え上がる。真の勇敢さを前に。
Don't doubt your own judgment.
I put your lives now ignited.
Whew, almost dozed off.
大地こそが我が友。
Mission accomplished.
War to Battlefield Kasdal. Those rampaging cystic beasts, are they migrating? The Vanguard never stood a chance. All those who didn't get out of the way in time were... And those soldiers, moving in perfect coordination, without exchanging a word. None of that was in the intel. That's not what we need to worry about. Oh hey, Ursula. I'm the wrecking officer now. All survivors, form up and retreat immediately. These supplies are crucial. It'll be a hard winter without them. Yes, ma'am. But how did things go so wrong even though we made our move early? Did our informant... Our intel was good. We were delayed by the mercenaries transporting the supplies. They upped the price on the spot. I've dealt with them. This is why I hate mercenaries. Another coincidence. It's not a coincidence if it keeps happening over and over again. We've had way too many setbacks lately. Focus. Babel forces must be... Wait, help. A flash of white and the hole appears on the soldier's forehead. They cannot even tell where the attack is coming from. In the noise of the 60-beat stampede. Leave the supplies behind. And you may leave unmolested. You have been warned. Without warning, Ursula hears a cold, coarse voice in her head. He's dead. We need to withdraw. Did you hear that voice? Just a bluff. Keep your head low and stay with me. Don't get separated. Stick together if you want to live. We need to get these supplies back. As for the Vanguard, we're in no position to think about them. They're retreating. I suppose nabbing the supplies isn't so easy after all. Be patient and follow the doctor's instructions. The chairman had said that the priority is to minimize casualties. I know. Mantra. Oh yeah, I heard about her. Her design is so sick. Natural lips are closed, but Scott can hear her voice clearly in his head. She is a perfect coordinator for Babel's covert operations. And the shadow that eats away at the enemy sanity. The enemy vanguard has been scattered by the herd. Dude, she looks so cool. The survivors have fled into the woods. The enemy's actions were spontaneous, unplanned. They must have known that we decrypted their communications. But the envelopment succeeded nonetheless. We can leave the rest to Ascalon. Ascalon will not fail. Neither will we. Ha, you're absolutely right. You should get some rest, Mantra. Talking takes a toll on you. No need to worry about the follow-up. We have the doctor. Who directed this operation? The evil spirit again? Just what is this commander? Which royal court does it come from? Evil spirit of Babel? If it can do this to us, it can do it to you too. Why would you sell your soul to something like that? I'm getting out of here alive. The mercenary hears breathing in the darkness not far away and swings his sword without hesitation. Got you. Ugh. You're wounded too. You think you'd kill me and walk away alive? Get out of my way or I'll kill you. If it's the last thing I do. You're not taking Marcel's things. He's going home. Home? Our home is Kasdal. You traitors to Kasdal. The mercenary keeps swinging his sword at Oda, who only passively blocks with his hammer. The mercenary's movement slows down, and his breathing grows weak. Babel, morons. Wasn't it the military commission who betrayed Kasdal? Relax, he's dead. Be more decisive next time, Oda, and there'll be fewer injuries. The entire squad is dead. They should have died an honorable death, not tormented by fear. This is not the right time to show mercy. Bring Marcel. Our mission is finished. You remember his name? I remember everyone in Babel. The living and the dead. The ones who had names and the ones who didn't. I could have saved them. It's just hard to raise your weapon against your own kin. Even if it's to avenge Marcel. Your father died in the chaos of the city. Have you ever thought about seeking vengeance for him? Oda takes a deep breath. I hate the people who killed them, but vengeance hasn't changed anything. A classical idea. Rational, righteous, human. What if your vendetta is with a cold-blooded deathmonger, with hands soaked in blood? Would you say you kill for justice and your ideals without a hint of hatred? I'm not sure. Do you regret killing mercenaries who threaten Babel, Ascalon? No. Then I won't either. Even if it means I have to. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm saying silly things again. Don't mind me. I'm not important at all. No. All Babelites are important to Her Highness. Time to get back. To go back. Rhodes Island of Babel Castle. What are you here for? I've already said it many times. It was my own decision to betray Her Highness. It has nothing to do with the military commission. And I'm not an informer for them. You want to execute me? Make it quick. Hey, I'm not here to torture you. I brought some wine. I don't need it. Are you sure? This is Victorian fruit wine, not some lousy swill. What are you here for? To catch up about old times. We have nothing to talk about. I know Scout's hiding something from me. Ascalon would too, because she knows we know each other. But I can make a pretty good guess why you wanted to kill the doctor. Be my guest. You're not a sore loser. You're unhappy because the doctor is an outsider. Everyone wants Babel and the military commission to get along. You believe that Dr. Calcit and the doctor have widened the rift rather than mended it. Good guess. Now get out. I'm an outsider too, and I'm still fighting for the Sarkas to this day. You. The wine. You drink it out of your hat? Do you see a wine glass in the cell? You should have brought one. What happened to the rest of your team? Let's see, the one with the spear, the caster, the one with the shield who's sitting here right now, a medic and a sniper. Skull spear, white smoke, gray sun, Strauss, walnut, conch, herb. So the sniper's name was Herb. He's dead. Let bygones be bygones. All good fighters. If I ever get to mentor the young, I'll raise them to be that kind of fighter. Selfless, honest, cautious about picking a side, but committed once they've made their choice. Pah, how sentimental. Do the Sarkas hate outsiders and Babel that much? Fools like you who will give your lives to Her Highness wouldn't understand. Babel might be changing certain things, but it's meaningless. It's not fast enough, and its reach is not far enough. Her Highness did not have to have her hands tied. She didn't need to waste her time. The doctor helped Chairman Theresa a lot. In what capacity? A researcher? A military commander? Both. Even though the doctor killed so many Sarkas, the more people like that, the longer the war will drag on. Her Highness's achievements are grand. She solved problems all her life, taking care of the needs of the generations, and now she leads the fight against Oripathy. But what's happening now? We're fighting the military commission, fighting our own. That's not part of her vision. Oh, I almost forgot, you're a mercenary, but you're not a Sarkas mercenary. True enough. I only came to Babel because I was with the others. I got involved in this because most of my people were Sarkas. Oh, White Smoke is dead too. Why bring her up now? I thought maybe there was something going on between you two. Doesn't matter, she's dead. She died in the presence of Chairman Theresa. Damn. Now I'm starting to envy her. What happened? Ambush. Only the two of us survived, but she lost her legs to an arch trap. I had to drag her through the mud. That's when we ran into Chairman Theresa. Well, we ran into the doctor first. Pah, the evil spirit showed up on the battlefield personally. Believe it or not, I thought I was looking at a Lateran priest when I first saw the doctor in the distance. Huh? The doctor was praying with that black hood bowed low next to the glowing chairman. Wasn't even kneeling or doing any sort of ritual, just gazing silently into the distance with Chairman Theresa. That evil spirit you're talking about, doctor, is not some heartless monster. The doctor is torn, wandering in solitude, and still, in the end, chose to bring victory to Babel. So you came to preach. You're trying to guilt trip me. Get out and take your bloody wine. Did you think I would? No, you're not that naive. Has the decision been made? Yes. Death sentence? The doctor and Turn Theresa had reservations, but Dr. Calcet and most of the fighters who participated in the operation won't have it any other way. What about you? Your betrayal cost us thousands of lives, brother. This time, I'm with Dr. Calcet. Huh, more wine. We just spilled the last of it. Are you gonna be doing it? Yes. No need to burden Scout. He's tough on the outside but tender inside. And I don't want to hand you over to anyone else. I'm quick to tell you, brother, that even though you did something stupid, Babel will remember your name. We'll keep fighting, keeping your warning and reproach in our hearts. Train some promising young ones while you still can. Decent ones like you don't live long. Guess so. See you again when the circus can finally live in peace. Damn. The traitors and spies have been executed. Royal Court spies. They really have a lot of problems in their tribe. Good work. What about the unit that entered the war zone? Scouts report that they blocked key passages leading out the mountains after attacking Babel positions. The general did not order this. Was it someone from the royal court or a Syracusan plot? Unlikely. Reports indicate no particular bloodline characteristics to the witchcraft, and little effort was made to cipher communications. It's a rabble. May I speak frankly, sir? The unit may be rogue, but they just happen to cram Babel in with the catastrophe. Isn't that a good thing for us? What about the other commanders and the mercenary captains? Watching the show, of course, waiting to see if the enemy chooses to surrender or die at the hands of the catastrophe and the ruffians. I wouldn't overthink if I were you, sir. You've shown as much mercy as you possibly could by ordering what we pull out of the valley and leaving the opening for them. Who knows? Maybe some of my family are in that catastrophe. I've gotten over it. You don't care? I tried not to. So what was that assassin thing in the beginning? Sorry I'm late. So? Hey, Pith. No need to start from the beginning. Ace was called on short notice. Just follow Mantra's instructions. Go ahead, we don't have much time. Emergency? I'll keep going then. We have 2,500 souls in the catastrophe radius, mostly medics. Infected civilians, prisoners, and injured mercenaries. The scale of the catastrophe is larger than the catastrophe messengers predicted. It's currently expected to affect 5 outposts, 3 key passages, and the field hospital repurposed from an abandoned town. They have almost made it out of the catastrophe radius when their path was cut off by mercenaries. Trapping medics wounded and civilians die in the catastrophe. Is Manfred willing to go to such lengths these days? It's not his style. The military commission units have retreated from the forest, even leaving a humanitarian corridor open in one of the canyons. The military commission has casters on the cliffs, ready to annihilate any armed unit that attempts to pass through. But they're not trying to hide what they were doing. If they're not doing anything we didn't expect. These mercenaries are different. They came out of nowhere, attacked our positions, destroyed important roads and bridges, and polluted several water sources in the mountains with the rugidium explosives. There seems to be no reason with their actions. Huh. So... even if the magic core opened one of the canyons. Who's our employer? We're still looking into it, but based on what little intelligence we have, it's very likely that they're rogue. Revenge. Alaska's struggle after being abandoned by Theresa's. Instigation by another country. Anything's possible. Doesn't matter. I'll find out who their leader is and kill them. Without a leader, a band of aimless mercenaries is just a useless rabble. You go save those people. We'll regroup back at base. I'll leave them to you then. One last message. Her Highness says this operation is not part of the campaign. We should be relieved. In a war that has become increasingly gridlocked, the opposing sides have a chance to work together for a common goal. Saving lives from catastrophe.
This area is clear of danger for now. Doctor, you always been like this? Any problem? You'll solve it?
Alright. I'm gonna leave it off there and pick up a stream tomorrow. Really interesting read so far. I gotta prepare myself for what's coming ahead because I didn't like that intro. It was heavy. Ooh. It just gives me bad feeling of what's to come. And like we know Theresa dies, so it's like I don't know, but we'll see. I'll probably pick it up tomorrow. Let's schedule a stream. But anyways, yep. Thank you to anyone who passed by, and I'll see tomorrow if y'all decide to pass